That's crazy. They
to
got
get that to work.
those samples of those, just that one song.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's nuts.
Yeah. Oh, it's $10,000 there if Danny in San Francisco's listening. $10,000 for a James Brown scream. What's up, man?
What's good, everybody?
It's pretty much facts. It's pretty much facts. Will Z's the
shout out Will Z,
hardest worker in the game.
You got a nice new logo though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's up, Justin? What's up, Justin? We see you, baby. we see you. We see you. It's all love. We notice everything too. We notice everything too, my guy.
Oh man, that's a trip.
But yeah, hey, Cheryl, what's happening? Terrence.
Nah, Justin, I'm not gonna make it tonight, man. I'm gonna be watching, but I ain't gonna be able to make it tonight. I'm still trying to recover from Vegas. It wasn't even like I was partying. It was moving around a lot, running around with kids.
This is one of them vacations you needed a vacation from when you got back.
Absolutely. The Queen Bee was like, I need to take some days off.
Mm-hmm. I was like, yeah. You always got to build in the extra day.
Yeah. And then like the day we came back, we like got off the plane, was trying to go do this thing for my passport. They had a cake and ice cream for me, so we had to go get the stuff for that. Like I didn't sit down at all.
Had cake and ice cream for Kenny. He had to go get it. He had to go pick it up and buy it, but like yeah.
Well, I was just being the driver.
There you go.
Yeah, because this lady is she needs help. Needs help getting around.
Indeed. That's staying on that
it's not a secret. It's not a secret, but I don't know. You know, okay. I just go by whatever she wants.
Okay. All right. Because I got asked, can I text Jazz? I was like, well, yeah. You can text Jazz. Like, I don't know what you. Hey, man, Lazy speaking the truth today. You gotta eat it all just to get it out the house.
Gotta get it out.
That's the way I am. I ain't gonna have this stuff sitting around for a week. What's good, baby? Welcome in here to the midweek Wednesday version, Wednesday, July 27th version of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Hey, watch your mouth, woman.
And we are so happy that you are here with us. If you're streaming on Odyssey, if you're listening on 1320 AM, you got an old school radio, man. We appreciate it. Shout out to our guy Joe Davidson. Joe Davidson hit me up last week.
Joe D.
Yeah, the legend, and he told me he's listening on an old school AM transistor radio.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
All right,
that's my man Joe D. Man.
That's
like you said, legend.
He probably covered the great Kenny Caraway back at.
He did. Wrote a couple of little pieces on me, and Joe D. showed love when I was at CKM. Shout out to my people over at McClatchy.
We welcome everybody watching the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, wherever you are. Thanks for hanging out. We've got you covered here. For the next 4 hours, we'll make this workday go by fast for you. James Ham will be with us in the final hour of the show, as he is each and every single Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Akash Anavarathan going to join us for the first time from Niners Nation, first time this season. We'll get to talk to Akash with the 49ers training camp underway. And, of course, all eyes are on Trey Lance with the emphatic stamp yesterday from John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan that we have moved on to Trey Lance. He is QB1. He is our guy. He is going to be under center this season, and everything we're doing is built around him.
Me and Kyle been trying to tell you guys. Me and Kyle,
Was this
been talking
before
about it.
or after you gave him your Redfin password?
Oh, he never got the Redfin password.
Oh, you never actually sent it. Okay.
Absolutely not.
Okay. All right. I'm just asking. You
I
got to get out about it.
I said, much like Monty McNair. Monty McNair never got the Redfin password either. He never got it either.
It's close.
All right. You guys, all I said was, if these things happen or if these things don't happen, somebody get him a Redfin password. Number one, he didn't take Mac Jones, so there was no issue there. So
Mac Jones, I think Mac Jones is going to have a good season, by the way.
Do you? I think he's going to be good too because he's a solid quarterback. He had a really good year last year. Do you hear people gushing over Mac Jones? Have you read these stories?
I think Bill was gushing over Mac Jones, wasn't he? I think Bill Belichick was. Bill Belichick ain't gushing over nobody.
Hey man, maybe he's gonna be phenomenal this year. But people, they want Mac Jones to be good so bad.
Is that a Patriot thing? Is it a Brady thing? Like what do you think that's attributed to?
I think it's a Boston Patriot thing.
Okay, that makes sense. Because really, if you're focused on the worldwide leader, of course, all of their attention is going to be on a player like Mac Jones.
Right. So, yeah, they love him. But, I mean, he didn't take him, so there's no issue. And when Kyle did what he did, I already said what it is. And Kyle said it too. Me and Kyle been on the same page for a minute now. Me and Monty on the same page right now.
Of course you are. You guys are bumping into each other in the hallways, exchanging pleasantries, and
boy, Monty McNair.
It's all love with the squad here, man, and we're happy about that. Jesse posed kind of an interesting question here before the show started. Trey Lance isn't the best player on the San Francisco, at least as of right now. No one's going to go into this season thinking Trey Lance is the best player on the San Francisco 49ers.
No.
Like if all things go perfectly, you might get to 4 at the highest. If you went Kittle, Trent, and Bosa.
I'd probably you're probably talking 6 or 7 at this point.
Well, see, but that's what I mean. I'm talking about if everything went perfectly. I don't think you're not getting past those guys
today. No.
Yeah. Okay.
Today. No, he's like, yeah, no. I mean, we never really seen him play. When we did see him play, he looked fine. But
still, much is expected of him.
Much is expected of him, yeah. And I only hesitate because the scenario where people talk about, Patrick Mahomes, that's always the one that's always put next to him because he sat out the season and all this other stuff. I don't think anybody is expecting, number one, or even looking for him to be a Patrick Mahomes. I think right now, what 49ers fans and what Kyle Shanahan and these guys are looking at is they just want him to be this year, not for the rest of his career, but this year, they're looking for him to be an upgraded version of Jimmy, because Jimmy was good enough to get you wins. When he played, the 49ers won. He was good enough. He just wasn't able to make plays consistently when things started to fold around him to take you to another level. And Jimmy would also have the classic mistake every game. So they're looking for Trey to be like, hey, take care of the football, number one. I'm Kyle Shanahan. I'm running a play. Hit the guy that I'm telling you is going to be open. Make the right reads. And every now and then when things collapse in front of you, make a play. And even more so than make a play, don't turn it over. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? There'll be times when things will fall apart around Jimmy and he'd throw an interception or, he'd fumble the football or something like that. Just don't put us in a bad situation. Give us an opportunity to get a stop on defense. So I think that's what this year is. I don't think this year they're expecting, an MVP or all-pro type performance from Trey Lance. They're expecting him to get in there, play good, solid football, understand what he's supposed to do, make plays, when plays need to be made.
But they are expected to win.
Absolutely.
Does that sound like anyone else?
Who are you thinking?
It's Keegan Murray. Like, you're not asking Keegan Murray to go out there and be the best player on the Sacramento Kings. You're asking Keegan Murray to go out there and contribute. What's a 16-7 of 15-7, something along those lines. You're asking him to go out there and be a key piece, be a starter you can count on, be a guy who could play the 2-man game with Domantas Sabonis. Be a guy. You're not going to have to take a game over. You shouldn't have to be the guy that goes out there and wins the game.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to be the vocal leader. You don't have to be the impassioned leader. You don't have to be the defensive leader or the offensive leader. But you are expected to go out there. We expect you to go out there and have a certain role this year.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, Kings fans, like 49ers fans, Monty McNair, like John Lynch, Mike Brown, like Kyle Shanahan, expects their team to win.
Mm-hmm.
You expect Keegan Murray to play that role and the Kings to go out there. And I'm not talking about the same version of go win like the San Francisco 49ers are. 49ers, they're looking at playoffs and potentially a playoff run. Mm-hmm. Sacramento Kings, certainly that's the conversation. We'll dumb it down a little bit and say play in as high as Mark Jones was on them yesterday, talking about, between 6 and 8, 6 and 8. Obviously 6 is a playoff, 8
right.
is a high play in. I think that, if we dumb it down just to the word win, both organizations, coaches, general managers, and those first-year players, in Lance's case, first year as a starter player, they're expected to win.
Absolutely. This isn't a developmental year.
For either one of them.
For either team. Yeah. You know what I mean? They're expected to win from the fan base, from myself, okay? For both teams. I'm like, look, for the Kings, you need to make the playoffs. Period. That's what we're looking for. 49ers, playoffs, yes. Absolutely. That's just we're not even having that discussion about you not making the playoffs. It's about how far you can go in the playoffs. Yeah. That's why I'm expecting at least one win in the playoffs. That's what I'm looking for. You know what I mean? So, the expectations are high, but in both scenarios, I think they have the personnel to reach those expectations. I really do. Trey, that's a interesting comparison with Keegan Murray because I see it. And I know you understand this too, but dynamics are a little different. Like I think at the end of the season, where is it at? So our guy Bryce, he ranks.
Yeah, I saw that. I almost blocked Bryce for that because that's dumb.
Yeah, well,
that's dumb. Come on now. Go ahead. Go.
He's got Trent Williams at 1, Bosa at 2, Kittle at 3, Warner at 4, Juice at 5, Debo at 6,
Fair.
Gold at 7. That's Robbie. Hell no. Brandon Ayuk or Jimmy Ward at 8, Brandon Ayuk at 9, Trey at 10.
No.
Even I'll just for argument's sake, let's say he's correct right now, today at this particular point. At the end of the season, I'm looking at this. Trey probably needs to be top 5. He has him at 10 right now. At the end of the season, if the 49ers are successful, I think Trey needs to be top 5 player on that team.
I'm with that because that leaves you Trent, Bosa, George Kittle, and Fred Warner, and that's fine. And
you can, maybe you put, oh damn. Niners got some ball players because I'm like, Devo, like a top 4. He's a top 5 wide receiver right now in the game. So how you not gonna be top 5 on your team? Niners got some ball players, man. Niners got some ball players. That's why my expectation is so high. You got playmakers with the.
So let me ask. Let's flip this. Let's bring it a little bit closer. Sabonis and Fox.
Mm-hmm.
You expect Keegan to be better than Davion Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay.
You mean so? Once again, we'll use the Trey Lance argument. You mean today?
Yeah. No, I'm talking about right now. Yeah, I'm talking about game. I'm talking about the day the season starts.
Game 1, that's a toss up. For out of respect to the second year player, I'll put Davion ahead of him.
Okay, and the measurables for those two are going to be very different. By the way, like I believe. Shout out Morgan Reagan if you're listening. I believe Davion Mitchell was the birth of the stat hoe reference. That there are going to be a lot of people looking at box scores confused as to why Davion Mitchell, we'll talk about the Draymond Green situation here in a little bit. But if you look at Draymond's basketball reference, you're going to be very, very confused. Draymond Green is a player you have to watch and understand. And I'm not going to diminish what Draymond Green's meant to the Golden State Warriors. He's meant a lot. He's not the same player he was 5 years ago, and that's fine. That's part of getting older. There's nothing to that. But you have to watch him and understand him. I think the same is true with Davion Mitchell. His impact is going to be measured differently, and to see which one of those two has a greater impact at the start of the season will certainly be a fun storyline to follow. I got hit with a text message at 6:30 this morning from Kyle Madsen.
Oh, he was up early.
It kind of he's an early riser. He gets to the 95.7 The Game studio, though I think they're at training camp today for the San Francisco 49ers. But he hit me with a comp.
Bonte in Europe after he was talking about my bump bag. He's in Europe right now.
We all can't be like that.
I got the Louis pouch or whatever. He might be at the first Louis store right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's in Europe. You're shopping with Mark Jones. I'm just doing a radio show inside my house, man. And I got hit with this comp that I want to present. I don't want to tease it because we're going to talk about it. I think it's interesting. And we'll do that when D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, continues here on ESPN 1320.
Securing the bag. I mean, look, man. Hey, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It's whatever.
That's a cold world, Bagley. They were in the NFC Championship last year, and I'm not even a 49er fan.
We're just overrating our team. We done been to the NFC Championship game 2 of the last 3 years, one Super Bowl appearance, excuse me. But, and we got that whole team that's back. But it's whatever. I'm okay. I always say, I'm okay if people don't think the 49ers are any good or don't have any talent. I notice it, but it's okay. It's okay. Absolutely. I think the only question mark I have for the 49ers right now going into the offseason is the offensive line, or going into the season is the offensive line. I don't really have any questions or concerns anywhere else. And where's my guy at? Look, it's debatable. He says Debo is not a top 5 wide receiver in this league. Okay, it's debatable. I think it's debatable either way. If you can come up with 5 better, that's cool too. I bet you could find 5 that you would take over him. I think 4 and 5, I can make an argument that Debo is as good, if not better, than whoever you have at 4 and 5. I'm taking Debo.
Yeah, I think I'd take Debo right now.
No.
But
Jamar
Chase has
Jamar
me
Chase
really intrigued.
Yeah, Jamar Chase.
I might revisit that joint on a weekly basis.
I don't know.
That boy
I'm
is
gonna have to
bad.
revisit that right now in my head. Jamar Chase is
He's
the
truth. Yeah,
he's the truth. Gwitty, give me a 5. Give me a 5. Off the top of my head right now, I'm going Devontae.
Yeah.
I'll put Jamar.
I was gonna say Jamar Chase would be in there.
Hopkins, Cup.
I was gonna ask. Y'all didn't hear that. Jesse said Tyreek. Last year's Tyreek. I'm taking
Debo over Tyreek. Taking Debo over Tyreek.
You kind of got to take Hopkins out. I mean, just to be fair, I think you got to take Hopkins out anyway. He was on that meat that Jesse's fighters eat.
Yeah, tainted meat.
Oh man.
Okay, Stephon Diggs. Yeah, I not. Yeah, Stephon Diggs.
See, Diggs. See, so
Diggs
the
could
only
be-
one right there that loses me a little bit is Mike Evans.
Yeah,
Like,
Mike
Mike
Evans.
Evans is. You still think Mike Evans is top 5?
I'm not putting. And Mike Evans is raw. I'm not
Our
putting Mike
top
Evans
5
over
is
him.
at like 8 right now.
Yeah,
We're at like at least.
I'm not
8 or
putting
9.
Debo. I mean, I'm not putting Mike Evans over Debo right now.
I wouldn't either. So just if you took, so Mike Evans is the one I can't get you. If you took DeAndre Hopkins out,
Why are we taking him out again?
because he's suspended
Okay.
and he's for no other reason than he's not playing for what 6 to 8 games.
Yeah.
He's really good, but I
You
don't.
don't think DeAndre's better than those other guys? Devontae's number
think he's
1,
better
huh?
than
Is
Devontae.
Devontae's everybody number 1?
Yeah, he's up there. I mean, I think you can make an argument for a lot of those guys to be number 1.
Jesse, is Devontae your number 1? Is he everybody's number 1 right now? Cooper Kupp is tough. That boy is raw.
Wait,
whoa.
wait a minute. What?
Excuse me?
What? Hey, cut the music. What did you just say? Did we?
I don't recall this.
I do not recall this. I don't recall this at all. I just want to be clear. We did this live on the radio. You gave your championship belt to Cooper Kupp.
I mean, I would have remembered that because I would have the same reaction right now. I would have argued. I said, "Yo, he's got it over Aaron Donald."
I really strongly feel like Jesse is making this up. I really feel like he's making this up, but he's got Cooper Kupp with the belt. Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Aaron Donald.
Honest to God, don't remember who had my belt.
Well, actually, I'm trying to think.
I think we need to erase the belt. We need to start over. Because I've lost.
Well, we remember. Well, you guys still have it on Giannis.
Giannis still has
I have it on Steph. We all have it on Otani. And now this football thing is
your belt was bouncing back and forth like the Attitude Era during the playoffs. like poor Jason Tatum. Poor Jason Tatum was Kane at King of the Ring in '98. He got the little one-day run, and Steph came and took it from him.
You know who Tatum was? He was Drew McIntyre. Just got it real quick. Maybe had it for 1 or 2 pay-per-views, and then it was gone.
No one remembers. Oh, he did have the belt. That's right. He did have it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
okay.
crazy.
I'm gonna come up with a spreadsheet. We gotta keep track of it.
Yeah,
but I got it.
We gotta update these. We gotta update. Yeah, I don't think that title's changing hands ever. That's absolutely it. He's Bruno Sammartino in the early 70s. He's
Speaking
got that
of
strap.
I didn't see the whole thing, but I saw the beginning of Raw.
Speaking of Bruno Sammartino.
Well, they talked about it on Raw because
The
Roman
Garden,
came
right?
out the Garden.
It was at the Garden, yeah.
And that was probably the first time in weeks that I was like, "Oh, wrestling is cool." He came out. He got Austin Theory.
Roman.
Yeah. That was but we'll talk about this a little later.
I'll watch Sunday.
It's on Saturday.
Word?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I'll check it out. To be honest with you,
they're doing this.
Jesse, I don't think any of them are on Sunday no more, are they?
I don't understand. Maybe okay.
Yeah,
all right. Maybe they don't want to compete with football. I don't know.
But look,
the compete with UFC events now and boxing. That's dumb.
It's nuts. But look, this what, and we'll get back to it. But I had to talk to you about this one when my man, oh my gosh, Wise Man, Why am I drawing a blank on Paul Heyman's name?
Oh,
When I'm drawing a blank on Paul Heyman's name. This is why he's the GOAT. This is why he's the GOAT. So they're talking, and I'm thinking this is planned. I don't think this was a freestyle. But Roman was like, I don't feel like talking. And he gives the mic to Paul Heyman. And Paul Heyman starts talking, and the mic starts cutting out. And Paul goes, looks like we have a sound guy from New Jersey in here. And the garden goes nuts. They're like, yeah.
I think Roman had the best line of the night when he looked at Austin Theory and said, your daddy's not here to protect you anymore.
He bodied him.
Oh, we're doing that, huh? Okay.
He bodied him.
Which is just like all the more confirmation Vince McMahon is probably still very much in charge of that company.
Right.
He's just doing
There's
it.
a lot of people who believe it's work.
He's just doing it. I don't think it's a work, but I don't think it's real. Like I think he's just programming from his Boca Raton house, and that's kind of the extent of it.
Yeah. But so yeah, that's where the belt is for Jesse, I guess. Cooper Kupp.
Wow,
Aaron Donald still has my belt. I'm assuming Aaron Donald has.
There's some really good receivers in this league. Really,
I'm gonna
really good.
It really is, man. And when you talk about, because we got into it during the break about top 5 receivers, and because I had said Debo's top 5, people were like, Debo's not top 5, and I'm like, I mean, if you don't feel Debo's top 5, that's okay. Like, because like you mentioned, there's a lot of good receivers out there, and you can make the argument for most. I can make an argument for, I think top 3 is solidified. Well, maybe it's just top 2. I think Jamar is in the top 3.
He's right.
I after thinking about it, I take that back too, Jesse. I said Debo pretty quick. I take that back. I think Jamar Chase is top 3. And then you have Hopkins. People said Mike Evans. You got Debo.
I don't see the Mike
You
Evans.
got
Stephon Diggs.
Stephon Diggs. You know, that's another 4 guys right there.
Yeah.
That Tyreek Hill is in there. It's another 5 guys. So you got 5 guys fighting for 2 spots. And I think all 5 guys have an argument if you wanted to put them in the top 5 in the game.
I mentioned in top 5, top 10 rankings, positions, teams, greatest of all time. There are always fun conversations because you can always throw guys in there to say, no, what about this guy? No, what about this guy? The fact is, I'm kind of with you in the sense I think those top 3 are the top 3.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that anybody is infiltrating that top 3. Everybody else, I think you could rank them. Again, all really, really good wide receivers. I think you can rank them any way that you wanted to after that.
Mm-hmm.
I told you I got a text this morning from Kyle Madsen, as I guess he was on his way to San Francisco 49ers training camp. And it was just a simple question that I promptly responded. I'm stealing this and we're using it on the radio. But as I looked at it, I thought about it for a minute and was like, okay, I see why he asked. And I'll ask you, by you, I mean, you listening to this.
Okay. Well,
Partner.
I guess I don't.
Well, you're listening to me too. You're listening to me too.
True.
Is De'Aaron Fox, Kyler Murray?
Wow.
That was my exact response was, wow. And I thought, okay, let's pick this apart a little bit. No one doubts whether De'Aaron Fox is a good basketball player, at least anyone who's genuinely honest about assessing the game of basketball. No one debates whether he's a good basketball player or not. I don't think anybody debates whether Kyler Murray is good or not. I think you see shortcomings in both of them. I think you question leadership skills in both of them. I think they're 2 players, and we'll learn this with De'Aaron because he's very literally never had it, who, like, everything around them needs to be set up in a very specific way. It needs to be set up. I don't want to say set up perfect because I think this Sacramento Kings team is far from perfect, but you have to give you have to have enough talent around De'Aaron Fox to maximize De'Aaron Fox. I think the same is true for Kyler Murray as well. You have to have enough talent around him to maximize him. Like, I don't know that Kyler or De'Aaron in their respective sports are going to, use a wrestling term, make a teammate.
All right.
Like, I think Tony Romo made Austin Miles millions and millions of dollars. I don't think he made, or did I call him Austin Miles? Miles Austin. I don't
That's
think
what took me for a second. I was like, yeah.
The names were right. He didn't work anywhere else. Like, he clicked with Tony Romo, and that was it.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are certain quarterbacks. We were talking about Tyreek Hill a minute ago. Tyreek Hill's skill set is undeniable, but what's he look like without Patrick Mahomes? We're going to find out for the first time. We're going to find out what Patrick Mahomes looks like without Tyreek Hill for the first time. But I think there's enough. I think there's enough similarities to pose the question.
It's a hell of a comparison, and I think it's accurate. Man, I'm stuck on it right now. I'm stuck on it because it's right there. The only thing that I would say, and we talked about this, is I think people probably give Kyler more credit for being good than they do De'Aaron Fox. Like, I look at Kyler the way most people look at De'Aaron Fox, as like when they think of De'Aaron Fox, they're like, oh, he's cool, but he's not a winning player, or he's not, you can't be your second best player, first best player on a good team, all this other stuff. I look at Kyler like that. I look at Kyler like the collapses that team has had the last couple of years, I put that more on him than even Cliff Kingsbury, which is where people like to go. Okay. I think Kyler, that doesn't mean he's always going to be that way, though. That doesn't mean like he's never going to find a way to complete a season on a high note. He could grow into that. He's a young ball player. But I think based on some of the things that I've heard about Kyler that have been consistent from different places, I feel like that plays a lot into the Cardinals tailing off. It wasn't necessarily a collapse, but tailing off the last couple of second halves. So, and I don't necessarily feel that way about De'Aaron Fox, but it feels like everybody else feels that way about De'Aaron Fox. So, man, shout out to Kyle Madsen. That was fire.
It's an interesting. It's an interesting comp. It's an interesting question because, again, I think people believe in their skill set. They believe in the talent that those two guys have. Mm-hmm. You just said that you would credit Kyler Murray more for the run of the Cardinals than Cliff Kingsbury. So,
well, no,
for
the collapses.
Oh, for the collapses. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
you're okay.
Half, going down in the second half for 2 straight years. I think that has more to do with Kyler than it does Cliff Kingsbury. But everybody's always saying, "Oh, here's Kingsbury again."
Right.
I think his quarterback has more to do with that.
Okay. So okay, good, because that makes this question make a lot more sense. Then, do you think Cliff Kingsbury has gotten the best out of Kyler Murray, or close to the best out of Kyler Murray?
Yes.
That's Mike Brown's job this year. Like, he has to match, because I don't know. Again, you can be critical of De'Aaron Fox for a variety of reasons, and that's fine. Whether it was Yeager or Luke or Alvin, I don't think any of those coaches has been able to get the best out of De'Aaron Fox. Now, you can fault the coaches for that, or you can fault De'Aaron Fox for that. But I think there is a certain relationship between a top player and a coach that has to invoke trust. I understand the narrative was always De'Aaron likes Luke Walton a lot. I remember Ramona Shelburne told us that one day when Luke Walton could be out rumors really started to get hot, and Ramona came in and goes, well, y'all might want to be aware of this. And I think there's a difference between liking someone and respecting someone. I think there's a difference between liking someone's personality, liking to talk to them, liking to be around them, while also like respecting their leadership.
Right.
And
I agree.
I'm not sure that any of these 3 coaches that De'Aaron has had fall into the category of guys that he respects, to not that he's disrespectful to them, but that he respects to the link, and that he's going to take what they say and try to utilize it every night, 82 games, 48 minutes every time he's on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't know if Mike Brown can be that either, but Monty's banking on it.
Right.
Because that has to be one of the number one goals he has this year is maximizing De'Aaron Fox.
And that you hit the nail right on the head when you talk about Mike Brown has to do whatever he can. Like I said, we talk about, coaches or at least I talk about coaches and the individual player taking it upon themselves, right? So there's only so much that Mike Brown can do to get De'Aaron Fox to another level.
Mm-hmm.
Like if Mike Brown, the coach, can play a 20% role in getting De'Aaron Fox to another level, it's up to De'Aaron to get that other 80% to get, the next level. But to your point, Mike Brown got to get all 20% of his role in that pot, right? He's got to be the guy that puts Fox in a position that makes sure he's mentally engaged on both sides of the floor, make sure he's mentally engaged in being the leader that this team needs him to be. And he's got to come through on that. He's got to come through on that. The rest of it is going to be up to De'Aaron Fox. He can all Mike Brown can do is put De'Aaron in a position. De'Aaron has to take advantage of that. He's got to recognize it. He's got to have the sense of urgency himself at some point and do the things necessary to handle that. But Mike Brown has to charge the battery, so to speak.
Yeah, I think with Cliff Kingsbury, too, there's far more, not that there isn't with the Kings or with basketball. There's certainly an X's and O's component to getting the most out of, not just, part of getting the most out of De'Aaron is making sure, and maybe the biggest aspect of getting the most out of De'Aaron Fox is to make sure that De'Aaron is able to do what he does well while also getting the most out of Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray and Malik Monk and Kevin Huerter and everyone he shares the floor with. What's the paid in full line? Everybody eats, B.
Yes, sir.
Everybody's got to eat with De'Aaron. And that's a measurement of De'Aaron's success, the way that some of his teammates will play. It's so more complicated in the NFL because there's like on the offensive end, there's like multiple units they're obviously all working together, but they're also working separately. Like the offensive line, they have a very specific job, right? And there's a lot of times where the offensive line and the running back and the fullbacks have very specific jobs, while the receivers are working in tandem with the quarterback. Now, again, they're all working together, but they all have their little subsets. They all have to break off. They don't have to collectively as an offensive unit operate on a string, to use that line from, I don't remember if it was last year or 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I think it was, the way that the Sacramento Kings do. Yeah. They got to operate on a string. It was always tied to the defensive end, but they got to do the same thing on the offensive end.
And you know what? I think about that, and I was listening to the Kings Beat with our guy James Ham. He'll be on here in the final hour of the show. And, he had talked about this team being better on the defensive end and them not really doing anything to go out and get defensive players this offseason. And I understand that. Like, I get it. But you mentioned playing on a string. That I don't think you need great defensive players to play on a string. And I think that's what's going to be tested with this group, with this roster, with these guys on the floor. Because I don't think they have any great defensive players. But you can still be a good defense if you guys are playing on a string, if you have a high basketball IQ and can do certain things out there on the defensive end to help each other out, be good team defenders. We're going to see if these guys can do that. We're going to see if Mike Brown can get that out of these guys. Because to be honest with you, you look back, let's go back to his Cleveland teams. I mean, he didn't have any great defenders there. And that was a very good defensive team. They understood what they were supposed to do. Anderson Varejao he understood the assignment, so to speak.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Harrison Butler wasn't no lockdown defender, but he was tough. He understood the assignment. Big Z, Zydrunas Ilgauskas.
Mm-hmm.
You get him in a switch today, like that might be ugly.
Mm-hmm.
But he understood team defense. He was a good rim protector as well. Eric Snow was on his last leg. Mo Williams on his last leg. Sasha Pavlovich. Like, these guys weren't these super lockdown defenders, but Mike Brown was able to put together a system and a culture that these guys were tough. These guys were tough-minded. They played tough. And that's what I'm hoping he can do here in Sacramento. With, I think, better, you think about that group of guys, I think he's got more athletic people on this Kings team than outside of LeBron than what was on those Cavs teams. These guys are more
I agree with that.
capable to do more on the defensive end if they just buy in.
Well, even is it a stretch to say, you know, and I kind of hate stuff like this, but I think it's a real assessment of basketball. Even to Mike Brown's first run with Cleveland, the game's a little bit different.
Oh, it's a lot different.
Like you just talked about Zydrunas Ilgauskas, getting Zydrunas Ilgauskas on a switch. Yeah, that's all day in 2022. Like that's the Buddy Hield Los Angeles Clippers targeting rule right there. Like that's the Luka Doncic in the playoffs rule. That's Rudy Gobert. They're going at him. So point being, it's different. The game has evolved a little bit. I think one of the best parts about that is one of the teams most responsible, and certainly no one team is responsible, but if you're going to have a birthday of this new version of basketball, it probably starts with the Golden State Warriors, and it probably starts with Steph Curry, and the fact that that's where he spent the last 6 years, even in an assistant coach role. I feel like that's got to mean something as to having a feel of how the game has evolved since the last time he was the number one guy on the sidelines.
Yeah, for sure. So,
and it's going to be different. Like, not it's not going to be. It's just because he's been around it doesn't mean it's all exactly the same. It's basketball, definitely, but there's a lot more responsibility when you're the head coach versus when, you know, the final decisions ultimately go to somebody else.
Yeah, I think Mike Brown can establish that culture. And we'll talk about it with James Ham or whatever as well. But I think he'll establish that culture. And this may be sad or whatever, but it's also being realistic. I think not looking for them to climb into the top 10. I don't even think I'm looking for them to
great.
be.
Yeah. They don't need to, but they'd be great. No one's expecting it. Yeah.
I talk about defensively. Nobody's looking for that.
Mm-hmm.
But if they could get anywhere between being super ambitious, 12 and 17, I think 17.
I don't think the 17 is crazy. 12 is ambitious.
12 is very ambitious, but I cast a little wide and have 5 spots right there.
Yeah. Anywhere
between 12 and 17. Now, let's say 18, just for argument's sake. They were the 18th best defensive team in the NBA.
If they're the 18th best defensive team, and their offense is what we think it's going to be, it's certainly what it's. I think the way Monty McNair believes it's supposed to be. And Mark Jones might have been right.
Yeah, Mark
Jones might have been right talking about 6, 7, 8, somewhere around there. But that's a lot of things going right.
18th best team defensively in the NBA last year. I think this is just points per game. So do with that as you
Well, there's
may.
points per game. There's defensive rating. There's
this one. I'm just going points per game. This quick little ESPN search was the Brooklyn Nets. And people talked about how bad their defense was, but it was 18th in the league. Other teams around that area, you got Washington, Chicago, Brooklyn, Milwaukee, Orlando.
Are you going up
OKC.
or down?
Going down. So the couple teams tied, right? So let's just start with 15. OKC, Washington, and Chicago tied. Brooklyn was 18. Milwaukee was 19. Orlando was 20. Atlanta was 21.
Interesting.
You go up from 15. Obviously, you get the better teams. You get Denver 14, New Orleans at 13, Memphis at 12. I said 12, right? Memphis was 12. I think, like, and to your point, if they're still OKC probably wasn't the offensive team that we're expecting the Kings to be and all this. So it's the same with Orlando or whatever. If they can have the offense that we expect them to have and they're in that 12 to 18 range, you can beat Chicago. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, looking at here they are. The team defensive ratings. Oh, this is the playoffs. I don't want to see the playoffs. What you doing? Hang on.
One of these days we'll see the
Standby.
playoffs.
There it is. So it's not that different. I mean, it's OKC, Denver, like they're in that 14, 15, 16, 17 range. We'll come back. Leezy, hang tight. We'll get to you and anyone else who wants to get on these phones, 916-349-1320. We'll stay in the NBA. We'll talk. Joe Lacob indicated for the first time that payroll may be getting a little bit too high. We'll dive into that. We do on KC.
Light years. Light years. It ain't getting too high. It's light years.
It's ESPN 1320.
Black Lives Matter. I think.
Yeah, if you're not listening, then just like pipe down. Like, explain that right at the jump. Like, calm down,
like
man.
A quick little simple points per game search. Like, calm down. I think. Are you a Grizzlies fan? I don't know. I can't remember. But I mean, it's whatever. Like, these numbers are really whatever. I watch how a team plays. That's what I do.
Yeah, that's pretty
right.
That's pretty obvious.
Like, come on, man.
Give me the analytics, Kenny.
Go by ratings. Okay, I won't go by Boston being the number 1 points per game. I won't go by the Warriors being number 3, Miami number 4.
Yeah, Boston definitely wasn't the top defensive rating team in the league. Golden State definitely wasn't number 2.
That don't matter. It's whatever. I was looking at some stuff, and this is really interesting. There's a guy that I think we have to make an adjustment for this receivers thing. Justin Jefferson was a monster. Justin Jefferson was a monster. Number 2 in yards at 16.
Damn, he was number 2?
Yeah, right. Well, Cooper Kupp blasted everybody out the window. 19.
I didn't even know there was a number 2. I just thought it was just Cooper Kupp, and that was it.
But Debo, number 5 in yards for the season, 1405. Cooper Kupp had 145 targets. Justin Jefferson had 108. Devontae Adams was number 3 at 1553. He had 100. I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing real quick. Targets. I'm going by targets here. 191 for Kupp, 167 for Jefferson, 169 for Adams, 121 for Debo Samuels.
Is that a full thing of stats in front of you? Mm-hmm. So Cooper Kupp had 191 targets.
191.
How many catches did he have?
145. 191 targets.
Oh, God. My God, man. Wow.
So everybody was so quick. And now I'll make this argument because, like I said, I'll put Justin Jefferson in there. Tyreek was a beast as well. All this other stuff. Mm-hmm. Everybody has said there's no way Debo's a top 5 receiver. He was number 5 in receiving yards with, let's see, Jamar Chase only had 128. That's crazy. But we'll take Devontae Adams. Debo was a little bit more than 150 yards off of Devontae Adams, who played with Aaron Rodgers. Debo had My math is escaping me, but almost 50 less targets. 50 less targets on the game. If he got half of that, what's he putting on? He might be putting on another 300 yards to that total with what he was able to put up. Come on, man. Debo is number 2 in yak.
Yak.
He had 780 yards after the catch. Cooper Kupp was number 1. He was nuts.
Donald Trump said he'd be the greatest women's basketball coach in history.
Come on, man. Come on.
What?
Yeah.
I saw that.
Does it fit under the cap? I think so. Debo and Jamar Chase are 1 and 2 in average yards per catch. Debo averages 18.2 yards per catch. Oh my gosh. Jamar Chase averages 18.
Okay.
This receiver is crazy, bro.
Okay.
This receiver thing is crazy. These boys is balling out here right now.
What are the chances the Kings are trolling D-Lo and KC?
What they doing now?
They announced their new partnership with 50 Cent and his Spirit Lines. Now, not everybody might get it, and I understand that. So I'll explain it to you here really quickly.
Go
in the world of hip hop beef, one of 50 Cent's many rivals is Ricky Rose, one of the prime guys behind the Spirit brand that sponsors D-Lo and KC in ESPN 13.
Shout out Luke Belair. Shout out Vayon. Shout out Bamboo. Whole crew.
All right, good for the Kings. Good for 50 Cent. Good for whatever the Spirit brand is. I mean, it ain't Luke Belair. It ain't McQueen and the Violet Fog gin. It ain't Vylon mixed with a little ginger beer. But
they picked the wrong one. But more power to them.
It's all right. They got to learn. I mean, it's not the first time they picked the wrong partner, so they'll learn. It's all right. That's all right. They'll learn. We got you. Everybody's got to make mistakes. When you ready, we're ready. We'll link you up with Brett Barish and Ricky Rose, and we'll get this thing set off right. No doubt.
Go Kings.
Go Kings.
Go Kings.
You got it. I mean, if there is any just in this world, Zeke will be sitting next to Vivek Ranadive, game 1 at the Golden One Center this year.
Zeke need to be there, man. He was supposed to be a future king.
He was supposed to be. I need to, you know what? Let's get Leezy in here because I need to look something up real quick because it's going to bug me if I don't know. 916-349-1320. Lee's us. What's up, man?
Yo, D-Lo and KC, what's good, kinfolk?
HL, what's good?
Hey, I had to call in, man. The chatty house got me heated, so I'm heated Leezy today, but I'm gonna try to keep it all in perspective.
Heated
I got 2 points.
Still HAL.
Heated Leezy.
Okay, but check this out. My first point, last season, Fox Lover's gonna love it. It was not on Fox. It was on Monty McNair. He should have never brought back Luke Walton. He held onto his asses, Bagley and Buddy, too long. And his best signing, well, not his best signing, but the biggest person he signed was Tristan Thompson last year. That's not on Fox. That's not on Tyrese. That ain't on nobody. That's on Monty. This year, he did great. He got Mike Brown. I like what he did with Herter and Monk. That's cool. And D-Lo, your point about Kyler Murray and Fox, I think that's a great example. We all know Murray's great. We know Fox is great. But this year, we're going to find out if they have the intangibles. Is Fox really a leader? Can he be the number 1 option? Or is he just a scorer? A lot of people get on me thinking I'm a Fox hater. I'm not a Fox hater.
You kind of are.
Yeah, you kind of.
No, you kind of are.
Okay, but here's my point. Remember, I got suspended last week. Last week I was suspended
That's
because
right.
I was hating on Fox and his 3-point percentage. I said, hey, he could be a lot better if he improved on that. Look at a guy like Lonzo Ball. He wasn't a good shooter. He had bad mechanics. Now he's a 40% shooter with the Bulls. Why can't Fox do that? That's my only point.
Okay. Well, maybe he will. Maybe he will.
I don't even know where that. I think he was having a discussion in the chatty house, and he just decided, I don't even know what he's talking about. Like, he's just calling, like, defending Fox, all of this Fox stuff. Like, okay, all right, lazy. Hey, Dilo, Casey.
We're up here like, who was talking about you?
Oh man, I'm slow on that one. I know I still got it in here.
Who was talking about you?
All right, Lazy, go ahead.
And then Lazy came on here like,
players, this is not on you. This is not on you. Players, y'all did everything. Y'all did hard. Y'all did everything right.
Oh, it was the man. Wasn't even on you, De'Aaron. It was on the coaches. Oh man.
Where's Roddy? I got that in for you, buddy.
I needed to see how old the actor who played Zeke was. I needed to see how old he is.
He got to be, I'm saying 27.
He's 27. He's 27 years old. He was playing like a 19-year-old on TV. He's 27. Which that's not terribly uncommon, but when the later plot line reveals he's actually like 22, it gets way funnier. It gets way better.
It blew my mind when I was a young Kenny Caraway when I realized everybody on Saved by the Bell was like 23. I said, "What?"
Growing. What was the one that used to bug on 90210? The Andrea. On Beverly Hills 90210, she was like 30.
I'm about to say she looked about 30.
She was like 30 something. They had all now they were all in their, like early 20s playing 16 and 17 year olds.
Old.
She like 30.
RIP. He looked old.
Yeah, they was
Dylan.
What? Oh man, what show was I looking? Oh, All American. I was looking up All American the other day. The guy who plays Spencer James is like 30 years old.
Yeah.
Man, these shows really be tricking us into thinking these. One of the great internet memes is the one of Full Force saying, House Party really tried to convince us these dudes was in high school.
Old asses.
That dude's like 34 years old.
The ceiling is the roof. Let's make it happen. Let's keep moving forward.
Oh, man. The Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. Call 916-481-7200 to set your appointment. Help lower your energy bill. Just got the latest one in. We might have to sell that bag you got for your birthday to pay this joint off, boy, because it is a cold. It is rough out there with these high temperatures coming day after day after day. But I'm anxious to meet with John and the crew over there at Solar here. I think later on today or tomorrow and figure out if solar is going to be installed here at the house, what that's going to cost me, and more importantly, how much it's going to save me. And you mentioned it yesterday, partner. There was no trouble finding a Ceiling is the Roof performance of the night for today. We could have gone a different way. We might go performers of the night. Because I really want to give Kelsey Plum her second honor for her 24 points yesterday in the Commissioner's Cup final. But how can we not go with St. Mary's finest, Duke's finest, Chelsea Gray putting in 19 last night for the Las Vegas Aces as they win their Commissioner Cup. And shout out to WNBA President Kathy Engelbert, who presented a tiny trophy to Kelsey Plum as a joke.
Pretty clever.
That was funny. It was funny. They trolled her pretty well. That was good stuff. That's good work there by the WNBA to poke fun at themselves. And I'm expecting a massive trophy next year.
I'm expecting a Bill Russell like trophy. Remember they used to get the big old trophies at the All-Star games?
Yeah.
6'5". 6'5" trophies they used to get. What am I gonna do with this?
They need one of them WWE Andre the Giant Memorial Battle Royal trophies. They need one of those for the WNBA All-Star game next year. Man, and I didn't even I mentioned Kelsey, mentioned Chelsea, didn't mention the fact that Asia had 17 and 17. and 6 blocks.
17 and 6 blocks. She was balling. They look like they're gonna win it. They look like they're gonna win it. They too much.
Yeah, they
the Sky, obviously the defending champions, and you know they still do what they do, but the Aces, I haven't seen nobody that can get with the Aces right now. You know who my kind of dark horse team is, who I kind of like, is the Mystics.
Oh, I'm always for a Mystics championship.
Yeah.
We get Mike another one before he says goodbye. Yeah, let's get my man another ring.
And they got the rookie. My name's escaping me, but little rookie power forward they got. Every time I watch,
I can't remember who they drafted this year.
Yeah, she can play. She's the one that was talking about she played with the nose ring.
The Aces are must watch TV though. They're must see TV.
I was mad.
They were last night.
I was didn't have time to do it, but they were in Vegas when I was there for 2 games.
Oh man, yeah.
But it just didn't work out time wise. I think one of the games was against the Sparks actually. Pre-divorce contract.
Dude, that story's weird. That story is so wild. Like I read all of Chris Haynes' article. Yeah, good friend of the show, Chris Haynes. I read all of his article yesterday. Are you talking about Shakira Austin? Is that who you're talking about on the Mystics?
Shakira Austin. Yes.
It's apparently they did the Kobe thing to her where it was like, okay, you want the ball more? Okay, we'll give you the ball. And they just kept giving it to her over and over and over and over again. And she quit. She's like, good luck, but I can't do this anymore, and leaves.
That's bizarre.
Apparently it wasn't
more bizarre.
It wasn't particularly surprising to anyone there. They said, I think the line was they're surprised by the timing, but no one's surprised by the result. So
yeah,
she's a character.
I wonder, like I said yesterday, I wonder what's going to happen with her this year. Like, is she going to sign? Like,
I think she's done. She might be done.
I think so too.
She might go be a DJ overseas somewhere. And she's a model. I mean, like it's not like she's sitting around with a camera, taking pictures in a mirror. I mean, she does that too.
Right.
But like she's a model. She's solidified
now.
She's got a look that is very unique to her. Mm-hmm. And that
she's solidified now. A little bonus ceiling is the roof. I told you there's gonna be a lot of basketball, and I was watching the Oakland Soldiers.
I was going to ask if we were going to give it to Bronny or Bryce or one of those guys.
No, they got smacked, both teams. But I did watch Oakland Soldiers versus Paul George Elite, and Jamari Phillips, who goes to Modesto Christian, is on Paul George Elite. I think he went for like 32 last night, and a win over the Oakland Soldiers.
Oh, okay.
Balling. I saw him when they played Sheldon at the G1C for the section title, and I noticed him there. I was like, "Oh, that kid can play," because he was real nice. But just seeing him in that setting, we're gonna be hearing about Jamari.
Okay,
I think he's about to be a junior. We're gonna be hearing about Jamari, and it's gonna be like,
so if he's about to be a junior, CBA probably changed by the time he's wrapping up his senior year, right? Is my timing right?
Oh yeah, that's 2 years.
The next CBA
he's got 2 more high school seasons,
and the next CBA is it next summer or the summer after? What year is this? 20. I think you're right. Yeah, this is 2022. I think it's the 2024.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that 19-year-old thing is going away. So
I think so too.
We'll be watching these guys a lot closer here. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by our friends over at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app.
The Odyssey app has a new look. Did you see that? Did you see the update?
I heard, yeah. I heard I heard it wasn't the smoothest relaunch.
Get to that point.
Yeah, but now that we're there, is gold.
It happened out of nowhere. I was on the Odyssey app.
Probably happened at the same time you could change the yellow handshake emoji to multiple hands. Probably happened around the same time.
I was on there last night at like 11:30, 12 o'clock. It was the old Odyssey app. I woke up this morning, was looking at some stuff. Brand new Odyssey app. Brand new. It's dope.
That's a dope app, man. Stations near you. Our fam over at 98 Rock, 106.5 The End, KSFM 102.5.
Shout out Mia. Shout out our girl Mia Moore.
Me in the morning. I was talking to her. I was talking to her today, boy. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all ain't ready. You know what KC and I were doing? You know what I did yesterday, too? This is based off of Kenny and I recorded a podcast yesterday. It's like, man, I gotta get reacquainted with the Wu-Tang Clan.
Wu-Tang Clan ain't nothing.
Indeed, they most definitely are not. And for the first time, it appears that the salary cap may be nothing to with. As Joe Lacob indicated for the first time, I think this was on Tim Kawakami's podcast, that payroll could be getting
out. Blocked. I didn't know it came out. Kawakami's podcast.
Well, I didn't either. I just one, I don't follow nor do I listen. But I did read the article, and I will credit Tim Kawakami for having this piece of news, because that's what you do when someone has a piece of news. You credit them for it. You don't pass it off as your own. 8 days later,
breaking news out here, bro. It's all news. We've been past that.
You know what the best part is? I don't know if you caught this. Our boss saw that.
Really?
Like our boss was like, "Oh, that's what they do? Oh, okay. All right. No, there's only one place to get breaking news here. You know what time it is." The conversation. So there's a great article. I think it's Marcus Thompson and our guy Anthony Slater, just kind of having I don't know if you have a round table with two guys, but that's essentially what it is. They're talking about they're talking about the salary cap issues facing the Golden State Warriors, and I think for the first time, it was revealed, and here's a quote from that article. Green, this is about Draymond Green. According to sources, wants and believes he deserves a max contract extension from the Warriors.
Excuse me?
I'll repeat that. I'm sorry. Draymond Green, according to sources, wants and believes he deserves a maximum contract extension from the Warriors. August 3rd is when he is eligible to sign a 4-year deal. That is his desired length.
Okay.
According to the reports, that's not a conversation that has been had. I think it remains to be to be seen if that's a conversation that is even going to be had. But I guess any conversation about the Golden State Warriors salary cap probably starts with Draymond Green. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of different directions you can go, because there are a lot of guys who are going to want to get paid. And there's also a note in here. Let me get this for you correctly. Where are my notes? Here it is. If everyone got paid, like if they legit, like I'm going to keep this championship window open as long as I can with our old players and our young players. Salary plus tax, $564 million.
Wow. And for comparison, like compare that to the Kings. And the Kings aren't like this cheap team, but they're like a regular team. Isn't there's like
compare that
team? They're like 100 and whatever million, right?
Right. Compare that to what the actual salary cap is, the projected tax line. It's not even the salary cap, it's the tax line.
Yeah.
It's 161 million.
They gonna commit 400 million plus.
But they've gone from like they created this form of the salary cap to discourage repeat offenders. The Warriors are in a category that no one else is in, because not only are they repeat offenders, they're like, this is just like letting Marilyn Manson, Charles Manson run wild. He's just all over the place. Like, no, you're free. You're free. Go out there, do whatever you want to. We're never going to arrest you. That's what the Warriors are. They're just, man. Because I think the closest, isn't it Brooklyn? Brooklyn,
are they in the 200s?
I think they're in the twos. Yeah, I think they're in the twos.
But that's like the only team, right?
That high?
Yeah, just Brooklyn.
Yeah, I think that's the only team that high. No, I don't think everyone else is below the cap. I just don't think anyone else.
I mean below 200 million.
Oh yeah,
that's crazy.
It's the war. So I don't know what the Warriors are right now. Like I don't know what because that's a projected number. That's not what they are right now. That's their projected number if they signed everyone.
Last year we talked about it. It was like I want to say it was like 230 something. I feel like I don't know why that stands out in my head.
This past season, total bill salary plus 300.
Mm.
It's 362
Oh
million.
my gosh, it was almost 4. Wow. Now,
362 million.
is this the same article
Wow.
or the same situation where, and I think I was gone for this, where Joe Lacob talked about it was unfair and then got fined or something like that?
No, Joe Lacob said that on something else.
So he's continuing to complain.
Yeah. He says it. Yeah, he says the way that the like the 1.5 per dollar, 2 per dollar. He says that that's unfair.
And so there was a big thread that I couldn't even follow along between people at the King's Herald, Joe Ladge, the guy John, about like it not being fair because there shouldn't be a tax on guys that you drafted. And I understand that point. Like, I get it. I do get it. I think how it is fine. It's not unfair, nothing like that. It's fine. Like, it's not this unbelievably hard cap like the NFL, which is it's kind of crazy. And it's not free reign like baseball, although baseball has a bit of a tax situation now. I think the NBA is fine. Like, I don't think it should just be spend whatever you want and like just spend whatever you want. Like, I think for competitive balance, in my opinion, there should be, you can spend something, but there's a tax to it. And if you're willing to spend that tax, all right, cool. Spend whatever you want. Like, you have the ability to do it, but no, once you pass a certain point, you're going to have to pay a little extra. The price goes up. And if you're willing to do that, you can spend whatever you want. I think that's the best of both worlds.
When you break all of this stuff down, like this, it's like the real world, not the TV show, like the world that we live in. That does not surprise me whatsoever. But it's like, if you want that $5,000 such and such, you don't have the money for it. I use my credit card. You could use your credit card. It's going to cost you to use that credit card, but you can use it. You have the right to use it as long as you're willing to pay that 20% per month interest that comes with that credit card. Use it. Buy whatever you want. You're going to pay that off. Like, you're going to pay $5,000 now, or you're going to pay $8,500 later.
Right.
But you're going to pay for that one way or another. Like, I don't think there's anything particularly wrong with this system. I do like the idea that without thinking, deeply into it, I didn't see that thread. The idea of not paying tax on a player that you draft, not paying tax on the salary of a player that you draft. I think that's certainly that's interesting.
And that makes sense. Like, I understand that thinking. I wouldn't change it to that. I wouldn't do that. There has to be some type of, like I said, competitive balance. And I think that's the best of both worlds. You can pay them whatever you want, but if you go over the tax line, then.
But that's the thing. Like, I see Wheezy says, if you drafted a guy, I don't think you should be taxed to keep them. Like, there's a lot of incentives for players to sign with the team that drafts them, and there's a lot of incentive for teams to keep the players that they drafted. Like, the incentives are there. I think one thing. Well, also let's acknowledge this. If we're talking. What did we say? I think it was 362 million, and then the closest being Brooklyn at 200 plus million. And if there's no one else in the 200s, and you got, like, say 5 teams above that tax line, it's probably more. But whatever, the system works. Like, the system that, just because the Warriors are like, we're here, we weren't here for decades, we might not be here for decades more. We are going to take care of. We're going to maximize this for as long as we can.
Right.
That's one team. You can throw Brooklyn in there. Brooklyn's attempt, like, they failed. Like, we look at the Golden State Warriors because they're spending a massive amount of money and they're winning championships. Ain't nobody complaining that Brooklyn's payroll is too high.
Right.
Brooklyn, that's not fair. 262. They're sitting at home.
Right.
They were sitting at home watching the Celtics and the Warriors. Like whether you like it or not, or there are ways to improve it or not, doesn't matter. I think it works.
Right. And I don't think that you should get all the perks in the world because you drafted a guy. You're already getting perks for having somebody on your team, right? Because if I understand this correctly, so if like I'll throw out Giannis. Let's say Giannis was a free agent this year, and the Warriors are already so far over the cap. They can't sign Giannis and just pay a tax bill, right?
Right.
They can't do that, right? So that's
you can go over it, which is why they've done a masterful job maximizing their assets. Like this isn't about going to sign this guy or sign that guy. It's the fact that they drafted Jordan Poole. It worked. Are you going to keep Jordan Poole and sign him to a big contract extension? You traded for Andrew Wiggins. It worked. You have his right. You can go way over the cap to sign the players that are on your roster if you're willing to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in that I think that's fair, and that's already a perk that you get, by being able by having these guys on your team and in the CBA. If he's on your team or you drafted him, you can bring him back. You can bring them all back if you want to.
We'll come back. Yeah. We'll keep this conversation going. There's much more to talk about. We want to hear from you as well. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320.
That was a fast segment.
Yeah, it was. I thought about stretching, but CBA talk. And those Warriors numbers are something.
That's nuts. I think there's a conversation that's going to be had for Draymond and the Warriors, though. Conversation is we're not paying you that, but there'll be a conversation. Yeah, no, we're not paying you that. Yeah, you know the vibes. And on top of that, nobody's paying you that, sir. You're gonna kind of, I don't mean to be like this with them, but you're gonna kind of take what we offer you and leave it at that. Because you're not getting it anywhere else. This guy just came off having 2 dreadful performances in Boston in the finals. And then everybody thought he was back because he had like 8, 7, and 6. What?
That's the measurement for success now. 1 out of 6. Why your boy kicked that helmet right into
the damn bat? Come on, man.
Oh, was it a bat?
Man, I seen that. I said, come on, man.
Like, oh, this team is falling apart. Oh, man. He's like, what are you doing? Oh, man. Aceberg said, bro, this is what y'all doing? Oh, man. That's terrible.
How embarrassing.
Terrible.
It's going to kick the bat and almost shatter a man's kneecap. They're so terrible. Terrible. Oh, boy. Because the course rules me.
Eddie out here living his best life. We see you, Eddie.
Yeah, now what are you doing?
Somewhere with Taylor Rooks.
Okay.
Showtime. Boardroom stuff. Yeah.
Did those green off-whites come out yet? I don't think they come out for.
Oh man, I'm retired.
Those are pretty fire.
Yeah, those are nice. That's why I retired. Man.
And Crooklyn's finest, super winest, bad boys behind this.
As we proceed to give you what you need,
a superstar.
Leezy, I saw that.
Superstar.
Leezy, I saw that. You know better, man. I can't wear those, bro. What are we doing? I saw you sent those to me. Like, Leezy, you know I can't wear those. Send those to Kenny. James Ham coming up in the final hour of the show. Akash Anavarathan of Niners Nation going to join us coming up in about 30 minutes. We'll get his thoughts. First practice today, I believe, at least first full practice. We'll talk to him. WrestleMania 40 is coming to Lincoln Financial Field in Philly.
So this is what I was going to talk about earlier when I talked about Roman and being at the Garden and the energy and all this other stuff. There's something about the East Coast fans for wrestling. They still, not that it's not good on the West Coast or nothing like that, but I say that to say that WrestleMania is probably going to be lit.
Oh, Philly's going to be, Philly. So I think the only thing, it's long overdue, but I think the only thing that has really kept this, you would have think they learned their lesson when like their WrestleMania got like delayed because of rain and thunder. You would have thought they've learned their lesson.
Yeah, Tampa Bay. Yeah.
And I mean, I think they did the New York one.
Heard it was cold out there.
Well, I think it was a day or two later. It was a massive blizzard. They dodged it by like 36 hours. So Philly, March, it's pretty unpredictable. Like you can guess. Like you can.
April? First week.
Oh, it'd be the beginning of April. You're right.
Does that help though? You think that helps?
I mean, I think that's where the New York one was. I think it was. It could snow May 15th. It could snow Memorial Day out east. Like that's just the way that it is. But no, Lincoln Finance, like that'll hit. That'll hit for sure.
I saw something, I think on Instagram, we got to get our ducats in order. Isn't it like pre-sale? Something going on with Hollywood.
Oh, I don't know. I'm retired. I don't know. That's going to be so expensive. Like WrestleMania. And now I still don't like that it's a 2-day commitment. I don't like that. Like I don't like that. Like what day? Like Now,
what day is Roman fighting?
Right. That's what. And do you have to buy? Do you buy tickets for both, or do you buy tickets for one? Like, is it? Do you buy like? I went to WrestleMania. No, not both of them. I went the first night. What? Like that? Do you buy a ticket and you get tickets to both nights, or do you legitimately have to buy 2 different tickets?
Because it'd be crazy. They probably make you buy 2 different tickets.
Because I sat in the 7th row at WrestleMania. It was called WrestleMania 2000. It was awful. I think that's 16. It was it was $400. This is the first. It's the first time I had ever made money with like a job, and I'm like, I'm gonna go to WrestleMania. That same seat now probably has at least one other number in it.
So let me ask you this, and you're probably right. I agree with you, but do you think that's the case in the stadiums? And I say that because like in boxing, they talk about like 90,000 people go to this boxing match. Well, the tickets are like $20.
Well,
So-
the expensive seats are always going to be expensive.
Mhm.
So, like, if you're at the Staples Center or at crypto.com and in a ringside seat for a premium live event is $4,000, it's going to be $4,000 at SoFi Stadium also. It's not until you stretch further back that you start getting into seats that you sell for $20 or $15, or you do the 7-Eleven Slurpee cup that gives you, half off or whatever, a $40 ticket.
Right. Yeah. And then they got the thing, because shout out to our guy Deuce. He was talking when they were here for Raw. Then they got the seat filler thing.
Can you buy tickets as a seat? Can you buy tickets to be a seat filler?
I don't know. He was just putting me on the game because I was like, look at all those people down there. And he's like, some of them are seat fillers.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how you get. Is that?
I don't know. That's
list?
ringside Deuce though. Like that's ringside Deuce. Deuce don't.
He not a seat filler.
I think there's a video circulating somewhere of Deuce trying to shake Seth Rollins' hand, and I think Seth just ignored him. He literally just skipped. He just skipped right past him and went to virtually everybody else. Deuce is a heel to people who don't even know him. Yeah, that's ringside Deuce right there for sure. He'll be.
He definitely, like I said, he ain't no seat filler.
No, he ain't a seat filler. He'll be ringside at WrestleMania at SoFi Stadium for sure. Did we finish that salary cap conversation? Are we comfortable with where we left that? We're not comfortable with where we left it.
So it's not unfair, Joe Lacob. That the
I don't
moral
think it is.
It's not unfair.
But
Like-
okay, so is it telling though that it's finally gotten to him a little bit? He's like, because I think there's also a line, because again, a projected cap if Poole, Wiggins, Draymond, everyone signs top tier contracts, was 500 plus million. It was indicated like that's insane, like 400, like that's astronomical, like that's not realistic.
Right.
400 plus isn't realistic. So we're starting to get into numbers now. Marcus Thompson and Anthony Slater do a great job of noting, it doesn't take a lot to get well below that, because they use Jordan Poole as an example. If you move on from Jordan Poole, you don't resign Jordan Poole, that's not going to cut just $100 million off. That's going to cut like $200 million off.
Wow.
Because of what you'd pay him plus the tax on it.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not trying to minimize Jordan Poole and his contributions, but you let Jordan Poole walk and all of a sudden you deal with everybody. Now it's back to like what you were this year, which is, 360, 370, somewhere around there, million.
The crazy thing about it is, like, because what we're talking about is essentially letting two people go. And I think between those two people, you're looking at Poole, Wiggins, Draymond.
Yeah.
Realistically, those three. Clay
in terms of extension, you still got a few years.
They're not letting Clay. Clay's the one they wouldn't.
If one of the core three was to be gone, it only makes sense for it to be Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Unless you really, really believe Clay's not going to return to anything close to what he was before, and I find that
he already
difficult.
is like kind of close to what he was before. Like, I don't think he's ever going to reach those heights again. But he was fine. He was fine, and on some nights like really, really good.
Well, we talk about, we're often critical of Draymond Green more for the things that he says and less of the things that he does. But there was a time where Draymond's, averages of 11 points and 7 assists was good enough. And you knew on nights that you might need it or were desperate for it, Draymond could get you 30. Mm-hmm. It wouldn't happen regularly, but he could do it. And he could do it in clutch situations. He could get you 30.
Right.
I can guarantee you, Mr. Halliburton, that's over. Draymond's not that's not a thing anymore. Draymond's not going for 30 anymore.
No, and he's just and there's not only is he not doing that, there are times and there are stretches when it's like, this guy's finished.
Mm-hmm.
Now he bounces back, and he'll have a good week where it's like, this is why Draymond's the heart and soul of the Warriors.
It was an ultimate warrior right there.
He'll bounce back and have a week or two like that. But yeah, let's not forget the times where we're like, Jesus, Draymond's is even playable right now.
Yeah.
Like you can't commit so much money to a guy like that.
A max contract for Draymond Green. He would be 37, including a max extension, would lock Green in for $164 million.
Wow.
He turned 37 in the final year of that deal.
I think the article I read was like, if Draymond doesn't get, Draymond's people is letting it be known that if he doesn't get the extension, he may have to look elsewhere for to get what he's looking for. And they're like, and the Warriors are perfectly fine letting him look elsewhere for
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, look.
They're like the associate at the store. Oh yeah, no, go take a look around. I'll be right over here if you need me. Go ahead, take a look around. It's fine.
Hey, in reality, in all seriousness, Draymond, hell, I hope he gets every dime that he can in the NBA. I ain't like laughing at him not getting no money. I just don't think it's coming. But if somehow the Warriors decide to give it to him or whatever,
You
more
said his
power.
people. Aren't his people Rich Paul?
Yeah.
Isn't he a clutch guy? Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't know what this looks like for Draymond, because will this finally answer the question? This almost feel I don't if this comes across bad, sorry. Draymond's worth to the Warriors versus his worth to the rest of the league.
Yeah, it's
like
always,
because if Draymond, if the Warriors aren't interested in paying Draymond Green a max contract, if the Warriors are not interested, there can't be another team in the entire league that even consider it.
no.
And
No.
their max would be different than the Warriors' max.
Right. Like at that point, we're not even talking about any kind of max. We're talking about just like fair market value.
And
Whatever that
no
time.
No clue what that is.
Right. But if, I don't know, 2 years, 20 million, just because off a reputation or something like that's what we're talking about at this point.
His contract next season, 2023-2024, that's a player option. So are we having conversations in February? Should we be having conversations now?
It's
I don't think the Warriors have the onions to do it. I really don't. I don't think they do it. I think they would rather say they did. They tried. They kept them. They kept negotiating, kept talking, kept working. I think they would rather lose him and just let him opt out and leave than to have to trade him.
But the other aspect, this is what I'm thinking about. The other aspect of that is, I'm like, if I'm the Warriors, I'm like, yeah, opt out.
No, I
be here for 2 years. You ain't opting out of nothing. You got a player option. You're not opting out of anything because you ain't seeing that money. You might see a contract that totals that, let alone what you're getting in 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
You're not. This ain't no contract year for you. It's not. That's just the reality of the situation. And then maybe after that, we can come back and we can get back to the negotiating table, and we can have a good civil negotiation and find out something fair for everybody involved, and have you retire here as a Warrior, because that's what we all want.
All indications, then again, and back to this article, all indications are the Warriors have no plans to offer Green a maximum extension, and there isn't any current traction on any type of extension. The typical pattern of this Golden State Warrior front office is to extend with 1 year remaining.
Warriors weren't even thinking about it. Like, this wasn't even on our radar. What are we talking about extension? We just happy having you on the team. You talking extension? No. But to Draymond's credit, never hurts to ask. Never hurts to ask.
This is what you're supposed to do. This is what your team, this is what you pay Rich Paul, Clutch Sports, your agency, a lot of money to do is this stuff. And part of this is figuring out what your market value is. Answering the unanswerable question right now. What would the Portland Trailblazers, what would the Detroit Pistons, what would the Oklahoma City Thunder, what would they pay for Draymond Green? And this is how you start that conversation. You get it out there that your player wants a max contract from the Golden State Warriors. And then, okay, it's falling quiet. Okay, what's it look like elsewhere? Specifically, what's it look like next season? Still quiet. Okay. Hello? Do that thing where back in the day when you had landlines, you used to pick it up to make sure there was a dial tone. Like, is it working?
Now it's,
bro.
Hey, did you pay your bill?
Bro,
check your account.
Did you see the video? I think it was Dame, and I think he was at Summer League, and he put the phone to his ear. And you know when you put the phone up, the screen comes on, and the screen came on, and it was like a text thread or something like that you could see, or like it was glaringly obvious that Draymond that Dame wasn't on the phone. Did you see that video?
I didn't.
It's like Dame is not on the phone right now. Like he's just holding it up to his ear.
Somebody told me a long time, not that long ago, but like, what do people do now when they're like in awkward spots, or they're like in a spot where, you know, there's nothing to talk about or nothing to do? You just hop on your phone. And that's what you do now. Like, you think somebody's looking at you, just hop on the phone. Hey, there's nobody on the phone. There's nobody on the phone. And wait a minute,
Did you find
talking.
it?
Yeah, and then he starts talking.
That's so good. That's so great. He's
talking.
You see the thing change. It went from vertical to horizontal. Oh, Dame. Daggone, man. Oh, that's the best.
Known he was on TV at the time.
That's the best.
I wonder why he did that.
Dame faking a phone call is the highlight of Summer League. We gotta make a note. Chatty House, don't let us forget to ask Trista on Friday about Dame's fake phone call. I forgot to bring that up last week. Again, like when you look at how this shapes out with the Warriors will be interesting. I think this year, which is all we could do, operate a year at a time, the Warriors are in a great position to run it back.
They are.
I mean,
this is their time, man. This is their time again.
They've done a great job, and maybe this is where I'm off in the assessment of Draymond Green and what they'd rather do with him. They've never really been faced with it with Dre and Steph and Klay Thompson, but they've done an incredible job of like maximizing their assets. It's how they were able to, do the D'Angelo Russell thing and turning D'Angelo Russell into Andrew Wiggins, and how quickly they started acting immediately following the Klay Thompson injury. So they've done a great job with that. And it's what's put them in a position for them to win another championship.
Oh, you beat me to it.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, I feel like you've been waiting to read. I feel like you've been waiting to read this tweet for like 2 years. So go ahead. I'll give it to you.
I don't do this with any type of happy tone, but from the 49ers Twitter feed, the 49ers, #49ers have released Dee Ford. So long, D. So long. Yeah. So what does that do for our money situation now? What What do we do? What do we do?
That's a good question. We'll talk to Akash Anavarathan about that here coming up in about 15 minutes or so. But that's a good question. Where was he at on his contract? What does that mean? I mean, where was he at in terms of guaranteed money? Because he didn't retire, which I'm ashamed to say we were once hoping for, because the retirement meant something completely different financially. Now, of course, this was last year. This was at the beginning of last year. It might have even been at the beginning of the year prior, but I'm not sure what the financial ramifications are for releasing Dee Ford. I don't imagine they're great, because if they were, you just keep them around, and it's like, are you going to figure this out or not? There's.
If I'm reading this correctly, and I don't know, but $14.5 million dead cap post, or no, so $14.5 million dead cap post June 1st, it turned into $6 million dead cap.
Okay, so it's July 27th, so it's $6 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
So.
All right. I mean,
had to do what you had to do.
Yeah, it's not surprising at all. Just more of a finally situation than anything else.
When you talk about a dead cap, that means if you cut him, you still owe him that, right?
No, I don't think that's what that means.
Is the cap hit what you owe him regardless?
That's what
goes to the cap, not necessarily pay him, right?
No, I think the dead cap is what goes to the what the number is that counts towards the cap.
Got you.
I think.
Because I'd only ask because right now I'm seeing something, and I don't know
why they don't teach a class on the NFLs.
They do. We just always fail it.
Oh, that's true.
We had the guy from Spot Track come on here. Because I don't know. Because right now Jimmy Garoppolo's dead cap is 1.4 million, and I feel like that's
So No, that passed that changed, I think, when he passed the physical.
Okay.
When he passed the physical, it changed. In the NFL, the term is used to describe money that counts against a team's salary cap attributed to players who were prematurely traded or released from the roster relative to their contract. So that $6 million still counts
on the
towards the salary cap. It doesn't necessarily mean that the San Francisco 49ers owe Dee Ford any money. Like he may have $0. Like that, I think that's the case with Jimmy Garoppolo. Like the 49ers literally owe Jimmy Garoppolo nothing until week 1. If he's on the roster week 1, they owe him $25 million. It's why the ending to this Jimmy Garoppolo thing has always been crystal clear. He is not going to be Trey Lance's backup quarterback. He is not going to be a $25 million backup quarterback.
Right.
He's either going to be traded, which I think is very unlikely, or he's going to be released before week 1. Because, again, he's either owed $25 million or nothing.
Yeah.
That's a big difference. $25 million or nothing. So I'm going to guess the 49ers go with nothing.
Yeah.
I think he was going through a throwing routine or something today.
It's our guy, David Lombardi. The move saves $1.12 million in 2022 salary cap space. So they save money by releasing Dee Ford.
Okay. Does that 1.5 go to Debo? Is that how this works?
Absolutely. Well, it goes to the life of that contract.
So this all goes to the Debo Nick Bosa pot, just accumulating all of this saved money go to the Debo Nick.
Jeez, that's the elephant in the room with that dude. I
think you're going to need a bigger pot.
He's right now.
You're going to have to open a bank to save Dee Ford money. Like if we're trying to save money to pay not Dee Ford, you pay money to save Nick Bosa. You're going to have to open up a bank.
There was a question that was floating around, I think 95.7 the game yesterday. And the question was, who do you take if you could take any one of these three: T.J. Watt, Nick Bosa, or Myles Garrett.
Ooh.
This
I
is
think
probably Homer Caraway here.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Nick is
I don't think it is.
crazy.
Yeah, I think it's Bosa.
It's crazy.
I think it's Bosa. I might go Bosa, Garrett, Watt. I really like Myles Garrett.
It's 22 sacks last year.
I really like Myles Garrett, though.
I do too.
Myles Garrett, Myles Garrett was created in the same lab like of Aaron Donald. Like those are two just ridiculous freaks of nature.
Yeah. That's a tough one.
Not like TJ Watt is a normal human being or anything like that either, but
that's a tough one though. Like I said, you guys can call me Homer Caraway on this one. I ain't 97 is that boy is
he's bad. I don't think there's no homerism in that, man. That dude's bad.
He stepped on the field day one. That has been nuts.
And those are three of the absolute best in football for sure. We'll talk to Akash about the 49ers practice. We'll talk to Akash about Dee Ford, Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance, all of that coming up next here on D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil on ESPN 1320.
That's not all. MCs have the gall to pray and pray for my downfall.
You on that Biggie vibe.
Yeah, I don't know what all this is coming from, too. They pray. $50 half a man daydreaming. Oh, my bad, Jesse. I'm just now seeing it. Is the mic okay, Jesse? Oh, okay.
Man, these Kyler Murray memes are wild.
What are they talking about? Okay. That's dirty. Leave that man alone.
Man, just like us.
I used to do that with the state religiously. Oh, I gotta
just let them play.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And then they'd be wondering. I always be wondering, how come I don't know how to do this?
Right.
Watching that damn video. Not my job.
Cole, I did see that, by the way. Sorry about that, brother. My mistake. That's what it is, man. These people in these they use circuits on all the sports, man. They, for whatever reason, some people feel they need to do that, man. And it's, I don't know.
Which is hilarious. I just went to ESPN1320.net, which is odyssey.com/ESPN1320.
Mm-hmm.
2 lead stories. Olivia Christian joins ESPN 1320, and James Ham joins ESPN 1320.
What the hell's been going on over there?
We don't have anyone. Hey,
that's funny. The column.
Let's see how much. Do you know how to post stuff to that website, Jesse? That's some stuff from Will Z you could use. Will Z just wants the world to read his work. He sent me some articles.
ESPN1320.net.
It's the most god awful website. Like .net. Like, why?
To be honest with you, I like to read something. It's not often I go to a website. Yeah,
but it's got to be a link. The thing is, yeah, you might click on it like on a app or something, but it's got to live somewhere.
Right.
They do. Yeah. Their commitment to the digital platform. More content.
Did I do a 13th round on a potential Floyd Conor rematch already?
Mm-hmm.
I need to stop this. Hey, can I give a shout out to my guys?
Yeah.
To my guys, the Republic.
Oh, let's go.
Got popping off tonight down at Cal Expo.
Mm-hmm.
They about to smash Kansas City.
Oh, we're doing that again. Good. Mm-hmm.
Kansas City, your daddy's not here anymore.
Oh, okay. Wow. This is really weird out of context, bro. Really, really weird for those who don't get it. I'm gonna tell you, just sometimes you got to watch the WWE references because not everybody's locked into that. It's all right. That's please do. Your daddy isn't here to protect you anymore. Please make sure that.
Semifinals of the U.S. Open Cup. Public about to smash KC.
Fam, do you hear yourself? Like, do you not run this through your head before you say it? What is wrong with you? Come on, man, Jesse. Like,
Pause.
Bro, what are we even doing right now? What is wrong with you?
Oh man,
We need to find it.
blame our tribal chief, man. It's his fault.
I guess gotta blame somebody. Gotta blame somebody.
I feel like Macho Man was a small package type of guy.
No doubt. No doubt.
You got like a premium peacock.
Hello.
Oh, man.
All right. It's all good, man. Let's just keep it moving.
Shout out to the Republic.
Gosh,
Let's do
man.
work, man. Let's
Get
do
that
work.
jump. Shout out to Prince also. Purple Rain was released in theaters on this day in 1984.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Purple Rain. I have a 40 by 40 Dope Ones canvas of Prince sitting in my laundry room because it's supposed to go to the studio. We have there's this area with purple furniture in our new studio. So I was like, yo, it's great. I said, I have artists who we could curate this with some really dope artwork. Yeah. I feel like people in our company just go, yeah, D-Lo, cool, just to shut me up. And I think it happened because I sent them to our boss. I was like, yo, take a look at this. She was like, yo, where's that? Well, she didn't say, yo, where's that? I was like, that's at my house. They were delivered today. Cool. What are you doing with them? Yo, these are for the studio. Oh, that was nice. You didn't have to do that. And I went back and looked at our text thread. Like, I think she completely forgot that she was going to expense these. Oh my God. I think I just dropped $1,000 on Donna's dope artwork for a studio that
He said you didn't have to do that.
like, wait a minute, what? I told you. Oh, well, this conversation just got super uncomfortable, but I'm just I just have to learn, man. When we talk, our bosses don't listen to us. They just want us to stop talking. We welcome in Akash Anavarathan, Niners Nation. First time this season. Akash, what's happening, baby?
What's happening, guys? Football season is back.
Yes, sir. And now me just being nervous for about a month and a half is back as well. Because I don't want anybody I almost don't even want these guys to practice in training camp. The one thing I don't want is anybody getting hurt. Like, this sounds crazy, but I will be able to wrap my head around somebody, and I'm not even going to say no names because I don't want to put it out there, but somebody getting hurt week 1 for the season as opposed to the last day of training camp. Like, that would just ruin everything.
It's the worst part of training camp. You just fear that there aren't any of those injuries, especially the non-contact ones where you see the tweets about, a player going down against the air. Those are just the worst part. So hopefully everyone across the league, not just the 49ers, are able to stay healthy heading into the regular season.
Yeah, no doubt. Akash, any significant ramifications to the Dee Ford release by the San Francisco 49ers a few moments ago?
No significant ramifications. Expected it to be mostly procedural. It saves the 49ers about $1 million in cap space. But I think it was expected for a while here that Dee Ford wasn't going to be on this team. And hopefully that just opens up a roster spot for someone else to take. I know they signed Robert Nkemdiche, the former first-round pick. And so just get, more competition at the defensive line now that Ford's off the team.
So with Ford and potentially Jimmy Garoppolo, and him potentially being cut with the contracts, is that something that the 49ers just kind of tuck away for the future, whether it's $1 million here, $1 million there, whatever the case may be? Or do you think that possibly goes to something that they want to do with Deebo Samuel?
I think they're both connected. Obviously, if they were to release Jimmy Garoppolo here before week 1, they would save about $24 million against the salary cap, and combine that with what they just saved with the Dee Ford release. That totals about $25 million in savings. And so, they probably earmarked some of that for a Deebo Samuel extension. And then outside of that, there's the potential for a mid-season trade, like they did with Emmanuel Sanders a couple seasons ago, something like what the Rams did with Von Miller last season. So you don't know who becomes available. And if you have the cap space, then, you can certainly make a trade like that for a veteran. So I think they've left themselves some options now that they've got this extra cap room. And if they don't use it, it'll roll over into next season. And they can use that in free agency to build out this roster. And they can use it for an Bosa extension, which they'll look to do next season. So I think they've given themselves some options now that they will clear this cap space.
Akash, how close is, or maybe how far is that Deebo Samuel extension? How near is that? I
think we're close, given the fact that the way Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have spoken about the negotiations the last few days. Kyle Shanahan said that the 49ers front office, Lynch and Parag Maratha, have been talking to Tory Dandy, Deebo Samuel's agent, just nonstop. And so pads come on Monday at training camp. So that's really when you get contact and tackling and all that stuff. And so I feel like that's a soft deadline for when a Deebo Samuel extension could be in place. Mm-hmm. And he was there. He showed up today to training camp, even though he was just working on the side field on some conditioning. So I expect the negotiations to really ramp up here over the next few days. Hopefully something gets done. It looks like that's the way it's trending, and I think we're just on the cusp of a new deal.
We're months removed from that whole fiasco, and I still don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't think there was ever a moment where, and this is just me, hypothesizing here, but there was never a moment where it felt like the 49ers weren't going to pay Deebo, and so it wasn't a matter of him not getting his money or anything like that, or being paid, his worth. Just out of nowhere, Deebo was like, I don't want to be here anymore. Like, can you make any sense of what that was all about, in your opinion?
I get it if you're Deebo Samuel or Deebo Samuel's agent. I mean, after the season that he had last year, especially down the stretch, at the end of the season in the playoffs, you felt like you really put the offense on your shoulders, especially with the injuries to Jimmy Garoppolo, and just what he did both as a running back and a wide receiver, literally left it all out there. And I'm sure when he came into the offseason, he was hoping to get paid what he thought he was worth. And, the 49ers just don't do business that way. Their opening offers are usually on the lower side. And I remember a couple years ago, George Kittle's agent called the first offer the Valentine's Day Massacre when they were negotiating Kittle's extension a couple years ago. So I'm sure, Deebo Samuel probably felt offended or was hurt based off of the first offer. And I'm sure that in combination with some other things, whether it was his usage or location or whatever, probably caused that trade request. But since then, I guess, we're now 4 or 5 months removed from that. And it looks like he's clearly happy to be here, happy to be with the 49ers. Now it's just a matter of getting the contract worked out and him, signed to a long-term deal that he feels happy with. And, he can continue to go out on the field and perform the way he did last season.
Gosh, it feels like the 49ers fans are kind of comfortable with the Deebo Samuel situation. Kyle Shanahan was pretty emphatic. This is Trey Lance's team yesterday. So with those two situations seemingly addressed, what is the biggest uncertainty as training camp gets underway here?
I think the biggest concern or question mark, you'd say, is the interior of that offensive line. And if there's one thing that's going to hold this team back this season, and I think it's an extremely talented roster, it's going to be, the center and the right guard position. And I think they're going to shuffle through a lot of different combinations during training camp to find what works. I think Kyle Shanahan mentioned that Dan Brunskill is going to take some first-team reps at center. I know they've got a bunch of young guys that they like there. Spencer Burford, who took all the first-team reps at right guard today. Jake Brendel's been a candidate for the center spot. They signed a couple of undrafted free agents in Donovan West and Poe out of Mercer as well, Jason Poe. And so they've got some competition at the spot. They got a lot of young competition. And so I think if they can solidify those two spots, you'd feel a little bit more comfortable, especially with, effectively a rookie starter at quarterback. So I think that's probably the biggest question mark heading into camp.
Hey, Akash, check this out. So we had a conversation earlier in the show, and we were talking about like where Trey Lance would have to rank on the list of best players on the 49ers for this team to be successful. And I one of our listeners, they had him like right now like 10th, right? And I don't think he's 10th. I think he's probably somewhere around 7, maybe 6. But I said by the end of the season, I think he needs to be top 5. Like it'll be like Trent, Bosa, Debo, maybe one other guy, and then Trey Lance. Do you think that's accurate, or do you think that he needs to be even higher than that for this team to reach the heights they want to reach?
That's a really interesting question. I was thinking about Kyle Shanahan said the other day, which was comparing this season to the 2019 season, where really in that first 8 games they were 8-0, but Jimmy Garoppolo really struggled in the passing game early in that season, and they won a lot of games on the backs of that defense and the running game. I mean, I think they had 5 turnovers early in that season against Pittsburgh. They won early in Tampa Bay on the 2 pick sixes from James Winston. And so they found different ways to win until Jimmy Garoppolo got more comfortable as the season went along. And, he had some better games in the back half of that season. And I think you can see something similar with Trey Lance and this team this year. I think the defense is equally as talented on paper. And now they've got some young running backs in there as well. And so if they can just figure out, how to stay afloat in the first half of the season with Trey Lance, and just let him get comfortable and familiar in this offense and familiar just playing professional games, then hopefully he can, start to take over some games in the second half of the year. So, it's hard to compare different players on the roster who play different positions because the quarterback has such a big impact. But I have a hard time, him seeing crack the top 5 because, Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Deebo Samuel, and George Kittle are just on a completely different tier than the other players on this roster. I think you can put Jimmy Ward kind of in that tier 1B right behind them. And so I say Trey Lance, if by the end of the season he's just on the cusp of that, I'd say that's a pretty successful season. But I have a hard time seeing him crack, the impact that those guys have at their respective positions.
Akash, great stuff, man. Looking forward to talking to you a lot more now that the season is finally here. We appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Talk to you
All right,
soon.
that's
man.
Akash Anavarathan right there. Niners Nation.
I'm getting hyped for these Niners, man.
I'm being honest. Like, stop it. It doesn't take much to get you hyped.
These
for
boys,
football
these
season.
boys is nice. You look at this roster, it's nice. I think about last season, and they got the same general core of players. That's kind of what I'm talking about, right? You got the same general core of players. There was a time last year where I think they lose like 5 or 6.
There was a stretch where it was bad. Yeah, there was a stretch where it was bad. They still
went 10-7. They lost 5. They lost like 4 in a row and like 5 or 6, and they still went 10-7. They about to turn up this year. They had a guy that everybody like. It's funny how everybody like, oh, Trey Lance, he's not that good or whatever the case may be. Everybody was talking about how Jimmy stinks last year. I was the only Jimmy defender. Everybody was talking about how Jimmy stinks. So they had a quarterback that everybody thought stunk. They still went 10-7. It's about to go crazy this year, boy. I'm telling you right now, it's about to go crazy. It's about to go crazy.
Listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM. You're really just listening to Kenny at this point on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Home of the San Francisco 49ers, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't ever get that twisted. What's go crazy mean, by the way? Like, what, they went to the NFC Championship last year.
I'm just talking about their regular season. So
okay.
When I say go crazy, they went 10-7 last year.
You're going to have a stretch where they lose 5 of 6 or whatever that was?
No, I don't see that happening. I could see them going winning 11 to 12 games. And what happens in the playoffs happens in the playoffs. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It depends on if they have a bye, if they got to go on the road. They could lose their first game in the playoffs. I don't know all that right now. I gotta see the team in action. But it was dreadful at times last year, and they still found a way to. Kyle, I'm giving credit to Kyle. Kyle still squeezed 10 wins out of that team.
Oh, yes.
We getting 11.
Lord and Savior, Kyle Shanahan.
Young Shanny. We getting 11 or 12 this year. We getting 11 or 12.
Kyle Shanahan, the greatest coach in the history of existence. The offensive genius, the man who has completely reshaped football for all mankind. Kyle Shanahan.
This is one thing I do believe about Kyle Shanahan, and I'll throw John Lynch in there too. This is what I asked for. Remember when we first started the show, I said, this is what I need this franchise to be about. I need them to be Mike Tomlin Steelers like, where you may not always have the best team. Some years you are going to have some of the best roster or one of the best rosters. Some years it's not going to be as strong as others. But every single year, Mike Tomlin and his team is there. They're there. They're in the playoffs. They have a shot. They gain momentum late in the season. Whatever, they're always there. And that's what I'm expecting and looking forward to with this 49ers team. They always going to be in the mix with Kyle and John Lynch. That's what they've shown me right now.
Speaking of the Steelers,
there.
I know you will. We all know you will. Speaking of the Steelers, though, I completely forgot Ben Roethlisberger retired.
I saw something the other day that talked about his last game. I was like, he did have his last game.
I completely forgot. That's right. They got rid of that was a big day. They got rid of the bottle and everything.
Yeah.
Field.
I forgot what it's called now.
So, what sparked my memory that Ben Roethlisberger actually retired was he did a lengthy interview with the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, the local newspaper in Pittsburgh, and he was complaining about me-type players today and how it used to be all about the team when he started, and now it's about me. And obviously, Cameron Hayward being one, like his current teammates took exception to that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not the biggest Ben Roethlisberger fan, so I'm going to try to be careful how I phrase this. I just don't like him. But it's taking Ben Roethlisberger out of the equation. It's tough for me to take quarterbacks who say that seriously because they're the most protected players in the game. while simultaneously being the highest paid. And so you're out here talking about, me type players and the sacrifices they're unwilling to make financially and the sacrifices that they're not willing to make for the better of the team. It's like, you got paid $30 million guaranteed dollars last year. Maybe one of the guys who protected you got paid 20,
right?
But the other guy on the outer end who protected you got paid 700,000.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I as a collective conversation, like, all right, but when a quarterback does it, especially one who has been fair to call, whether I like him or not, Ben Roethlisberger was the star quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers for the last decade and change. It's hard for me to look at you and go, come on, man, I can't take you seriously. Like, you're telling me that the game changed so much and it was all team oriented when you were making, $900,000. But now everybody came me when you started making 25, 30 million per. Like, come on, Ben. Like, what are we talking about right now? And why not address this before? Why are you talking about this now on the start of training camp? Why are you going out there and disparaging all of these guys that you used to play with?
Because Ben Roethlisberger is one of the most me athletes we've seen in recent memory. That's why. Yeah. Ben Roethlisberger, he's always done the little sneaky, put the spotlight, put the story on me. The fake. I don't want to call him fake injury because he probably really hurt, but he milked it. He would always milk it.
I believe he was hurt. But
yeah, he was hurt.
He loves nothing more than you knowing that he's hurt.
Exactly.
And he wants you to know he's out there playing.
Exactly. You need to know that I'm hurt and put the spotlight, put the attention on me, put the focus on me and what I'm going through right now. He wanted the pot calling the kettle black. What did my man Big Boy say?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
What? Big Ben talking about that? And then you talk about, like I said, I'm not going to tell the quarterbacks to not get their money. Get your money. But just know that, like, you don't have to take $30 million a year. You can take 10, live good, and they have money to do whatever about what everybody else. You don't have to. That's not your birthright to get paid $30 million a year because you're a quarterback. Now, I'm all for getting what you're worth, but understand that it sounds like he don't have a real dose of reality here. Or you don't have to take $30 million a year.
No, like I'll frame it differently. You can take $30 million a year. Get your money. Don't tell me don't get mine. Don't tell me not to get mine and don't question how I go about getting it, because they didn't run to me with a big sack of cash in it. Like, I had to fight for mine. Like, I have to argue for mine. My agent has to fight for me. Like, they're willing to throw this at you because you're the quarterback. I'm not the quarterback. And spoiler alert, no one else on this team is the quarterback. We've got to find a way to get their money. And those types of remarks always fascinate me because it's like, yo, you're disparaging the dudes on the team with you, rather than the organization who makes multiple times what they're paying you, multiple times of what they're paying everybody else on your roster. But you're going at the dude who wanted 10 million instead of 5 million, instead of going at the ownership that made $1.5 billion last year and didn't want to cop the extra 5 million for that guy because it affected their ability to sign the third round or the fifth round pick that they drafted.
I agree with everything you said. And
it was more than anything, it was just a reminder. I don't like that dude. Even in retirement, I do not like this guy.
No, and NBA Rigged, who's our guy, we don't know if it's a guy or a girl, but we'll just say our guy. NBA Rigged
people
clearly weren't listening. Not me nor Damian said he ever faked an injury. We both said no, he was really hurt, but he made sure all the attention was on him being hurt. And like Damian said, he wanted to make sure everybody knew he was hurt and he was playing through it.
And to me, that doesn't constitute tough. That doesn't constitute tough to me. That's just
he's searching for attention.
That's Paul Pierce in the wheelchair.
Yeah. Sorry, Jesse.
Yeah, but it worked out well for them. So that's Paul Pierce in the wheelchair. That's all that is. Like, look at me. I'm playing through this injury. Didn't he announce he had like I don't remember what the injury was, so I'm going to make one up. He announced like he had a ruptured spleen or something before the team was like, wait, what? I'm sorry. This is the first we're hearing of this.
Right.
You think you can come in and we can get you looked at here from our team doctors? But he's out here telling the media, yeah, I got this, I got that. I'm out there trying to play through it. It's like, fam, what are we doing? Y'all we laugh at LeBron for going to the podium with a cast on after the game. Like,
this was the king of doing that, big Ben Rothlisberger. Ben Roethlisberger's energy is nasty, and it always has been.
Jesse said, trainers, hey, Ben, your ankle is sore. You'll need to rest it. Ben, put a cast on it. Put a cast on it so I can go in front of everybody and show everyone I got a cast on my ankle. And then I'm going to play football next week because I'm a tough football player in Pittsburgh who retires and I guess trashes his former team. So take that for whatever it's worth.
I don't have a problem with that.
I don't know if you guys saw this. News broke yesterday that
really?
Yeah, the Sacramento Kings, I guess the whole organization is attempting to buy the Sacramento River Cats. This clearly sparks something in your thinking because we're going to talk about Uncle Vivek. Kenny Ranadive has some thoughts. Kenny Ranadive has some thoughts on Vivek Ranadive. We're going to talk about that. We'll talk more basketball. We'll dive into the Western Conference a little bit. And, of course, we got James Ham coming up at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. That's all ahead here with D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
No show, but you can do
okay.
NBA Rick, you're not listening, bro. Nobody said sit out or sit through some injury. You just ain't got to promote it like you some kind of martyr. Come on, man. Yeah, and Big Ben will always have my highest respect as something you'll never hear from me. Like maybe you need to do your homework, NBA Rig. Yeah, maybe you need to do your homework, big dog. Because that's I ain't gonna. Yeah, that's not a sentence I would use with Ben Roethlisberger. Oh my gosh, secure the bag. They're trying to kill the man. Trying to kill the man. No, that's pragmatic pessimist. That's uncalled for. Leave Uncle V alone. There was something y'all was saying that, oh yeah, it was my guy, Rob W. All I'm saying, Rob W., nobody go to Trey. I told you if he had the same season as Jimmy Garoppolo without turning the ball over, that'd be a success. That's not goated. Not at all. All I'm saying, this is what I say. Everybody told me how sorry Jimmy Garoppolo was. Jesse, I'm the only one that ever said Jimmy was any good. Everybody kept telling me how sorry Jimmy Garoppolo was. So at the very least, if Trey is sorry, they should win 9-10 games. The offensive line was sorry last year. Once they started playing better, the team played better. But during that stretch where they lost 5 or 6, offensive line was putrid. They were terrible. But all I'm saying is, if y'all told me Jimmy was sorry and they're bringing in another quarterback, let's just say he's the same as Jimmy. That still should be 9 wins at least. That's it. That's all I'm saying. But once again, all I say is when 49er fans try to be optimistic about their team, they're looked at as homers. It's okay. All right. I mean, damn, I didn't know we had sorry players. Jimmy almost gave that thing away. Well, he eventually did give it away, but he almost gave it away twice.
Sorry, Jesse.
Dr. David Wright. Niner fans were down on Jimmy. I wasn't down on Jimmy. I believed in Jimmy the whole time. Then he didn't bring it home for me, but I still don't think Jimmy's a bad quarterback. He's an average quarterback. He's fine. I'm still trying to negotiate, Lizzie. I'm not winning these negotiations. I'm Draymond Green right now in these negotiations.
And you asking for a 4-year max with that one, buddy. you asking for a 4-year max with that one.
Securing the Bagley, I don't think we're gonna be there, man. I got some things going on, man. I can't get out there. I know Damian. He's just.
I already went outside once this weekend. Come on, guys. What do you want from me?
I'll be watching though. I'll be watching. Hopefully, I'm done with something
I'm
doing. I'll be watching it.
I'll be tuned in right here where you see me. I'm gonna be sitting here for at least an hour. You said it earlier, man, but good luck again to Sac Republic tonight.
Guys, row, do your thing, big dog.
Get out there, man. Get the job done. Get the job done once again. James Ham always gets the job done. He's going to be with us coming up here at the top of the hour. Dropped a new episode of The King's Beat last night with Brendan Nunez. You can check out wherever you get podcasts from. And, of course, there was some news that we talked about last week where you were out, KC. James and I talked about.
When we talk about that?
Last week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think we're on 9 days ago. We brought this up. I had gotten a tip that that Vivek Ranadive was in talks to buy the Sacramento River Cats. Mm-hmm. And I did a little, did a little digging, did a little work. And James and I talked about this. We said it on the radio. I didn't tweet this part of it, but we said it on the air that we'd actually heard it was what we were well past the talking stage. Mm-hmm. Like the NBA owners have been made aware of this, and NBA owners have to sign off on stuff like this. And from what I understand, that's already all taken place. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what stage of conversations Vivek Ranadive and the Sacramento River Cats are at, but I know that the league, the NBA, is aware of it, and they've signed off on this. So it's got to be the home stretch.
I heard the next step is MLB going through the process.
Okay. I see. So NBA has gone through the process, so I can't imagine that Major League Baseball won't approve all of this. But it obviously, as it did last week, the story came back, what's old is new again yesterday, and got people talking about the Kings and Vivek Ranadive and the type of owner it is and the type of owner he is. And you can look on, can look on the tweet from 8 days ago and see the response to that story and how people feel about Vivek. And it seemed to have sparked a thought in your head regarding Vivek Ranadive.
Well, shout out to my guy Uncle V.
Uncle Vivek, yeah.
And I just because I would see the same response, from your tweet, from other stuff, and a lot of it was like, "Oh my gosh, he's gonna ruin the River Cats the way he ruined the Kings," and no, he needs to sell the Kings. All this, a lot of negative energy towards Vivek. And I just simply asked the question, is Vivek Ranadive a good owner? Now, before anybody answers, I wouldn't classify him as a good owner. I would say he's all right. I'd say he's okay. And that's just because there's things that he's strong in, and the winning franchise, basketball-wise, on the court, he has not been strong in. So I would say he's all right, but it's like I guess the question would be like, what if he were to win? Like if the Kings were to make 6 straight playoff appearances, be a successful team. All of a sudden he's a good owner. Is it just the win?
No,
takes it from bad to good. Because you look at Phoenix. I don't think nobody's saying Sarver's a good owner.
Right.
They're championship contenders.
Right. No, I think there are layers to this. I don't think there's a blanket way of saying he's a good owner or a bad owner. In a lot of regards, he is a very good owner. He doesn't skip like the Golden One Center, the amenities at the Golden One Center, not just for you or me and the people who go to the arena. Well, I go as a fan, so not, but you have your own special amenities for people of your ilk, but for me and everybody else, like everything else they got for us regular people, like it's dope, like it's fantastic. But I'm speaking more specifically of what what they do for the players. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of organizations in many different sports who, oh, y'all don't need a massage therapist, y'all don't need a nutritionist. No, don't eat McDonald's. Don't eat fast food. Like, don't eat candy after games like that. There's your nutrition. No, like this organization invests in the players and they invest in the guys on the floor. The bad part about it is that the other layer to it is he's shown that he's made bad decisions. Mm-hmm. Whether it's trusting the wrong people, whether it's interjecting himself, whether it's not interjecting himself enough. There have been decisions that, like, when there is this level of dysfunction, and it is perfectly fair to use that word when describing the Sacramento Kings, you can't stop before you get to Vivek, because you can't go, oh, it was just this, or oh, it was just that. No, you've got to go all the way up to Vivek, and whatever. We don't know what Vivek's true involvement in all of this is. But we know he's either allowed people to make decisions that have been harmful for this team, or he hasn't allowed people to make decisions who could help this team. Right. Like somewhere along the lines, one or both of those things is true. And that's the extra layer to it, where it's like, from a winning perspective, no, he's like bad at this. From a functional organization, he's bad at this. There's the chief revenue officer who worked for the Kings, who was stealing money. Remember that long ass article that was put? Yeah. There's a new one. There's a new one about inappropriate workplace behavior. And whether it's fair or not, that sits on the shoulders of Vivek Ranadive. And he's not directly involved with either one of those stories, but they happened under his watch and they happened at his house. Right. And he has to be the one to correct those and assure that they never happen again.
So here's, but
I don't feel like I answered your question at all. So
I think it's a complicated question. I wish people would tell the whole story. And here's what I come back to: the last couple of things you talked about. First thing that came to my head is Mark Cuban had the same issues. But he's won basketball games, so he's looked at as a good owner. Is that really what it comes down? If the Kings start winning, Vivek becomes a good owner. Is it that simple? Oh, did we lose Damian? I was wondering why he was looking at me like that. I think we lost Damien, and on the stream or whatever, he's got this. This is pretty damn funny, but he's now left the stream. But I mean, that's the question I'll pose to everybody as well, and you can get in on the chat and say what you got to say about that. You can, call in 916-349-1320 as well. And that's just something that I thought about as I thought about this whole thing, because I don't think it can be discounted that they're not winning. You know what I mean? That matters. That's part of it, right? They haven't been able to win in his 9-10 years or whatever the case may be that he's been the owner. And that is part of his grade. That's part of his overall grade when you talk about Vivek Ranadive. But he's invested in this city. What he's done with the Golden One Center, what he's done in the community, Stephon Clark, his response to that, some of the things he did during Black Lives Matters. He's been integral in investing in the city financially and in the community the entire time as well. And he gets a high grade for those things. But is it just as simple? Does none of that matter? Like, is some of that looked at not as a Sacramento Kings thing. They don't go to a Sacramento Kings credit. They just go to, him being, he's a realtor at that point. Like he's a real estate agent or something like that. Like, do those things that he's done, being in relation with the Sawyer, and the Doko and everything that's going on, does that not matter when you talk about him being a Sacramento Kings owner? And we got guys like Sass saying only winning matters. Well, if that's the case, you're telling me Robert Sarver is a good owner? Robert Sarver and the things that he's being accused of, the person that he's been accused of in recent memory in his tenure. You mean to tell me he's a good owner? And we got Damian back. He's a good owner because he wins? Man, I don't know. I don't know the answer. That's why I'm asking all you guys about it and asking Damian about this as well. Damian, did you hear the question that I asked you? Oh no, you froze again.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I don't know what's going on. The Kings are Vivek. I'm on your side. Vivek, what you doing?
It's all about
Man, the Sac B hanging out here by my internet setup. Like, what is going?
Oh no, they messing with my man right now. They messing with him.
Dirty. Hey, okay, let's do this.
Season mid.
I'm leaving. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna reset everything.
Okay.
And you talk about boxing for the next.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, this is the longest edition of the 13th round. James will be here at the top of the hour. Let me try to get this situated because this isn't good for anybody.
Handle that. I'm here.
Your team, Vivek. If this is you, I'm with you. I'm on your team.
Come on, Uncle V. He with us, man. He with us. But no, so it's just something that I did think about, because you would hear this situation about him buying the River Cats, and people are like, oh no, like it's a bad thing. We don't want him around, ruining that franchise or whatever the case may be. And I don't know. I feel like the only thing that he's missing on his resume right now is winning. And that's a big thing. I'm not minimizing that or whatever, but just because they haven't won, does that necessarily make him a bad owner? I'm not here to say he's a good owner. I'm saying he's all right. Like, he's cool. You gotta work on some things, but yeah, I don't know. I also look at the situation with the River Cats, and I know a lot of people talk about, why doesn't he help out with the Republic? Some people were saying that, or whatever the case may be. Some people were like, leave the Republic alone. But I hear the situation with the River Cats. I think about the Republic situation, and with Vivek's ability outside of the actual on-court product to get things done in the city the way others have not. And the whole time I've been associated, my whole 39 years of being associated with the city, for his ability to get things done the way others have not. If Vivek was involved with the Republic, do you believe we'd be in MLS right now? Do you believe that we would have a stadium going up right now if Vivek was involved? I feel like we would. That's no knock on anybody. If anything, it's a knock on Burkle, that jackass. All right, that's what's a knock. It's a knock on him. But I think you talk about getting things done. If Vivek Ranadive was around, all those things would be taken care of. I could be wrong. I don't know for certain. It's just a feeling that I get. I could be wrong, but it's just more of a testament to him being in the city and getting things done. The only thing that's missing right now is what actually happens on the court. And to some people, like Sass was talking about it earlier, that's the only thing that matters. Is if they win and they're good on the court, nothing else really matters. It's one way to look at those situations, and I guess that's cool too. But I talk about the River Cats, and I wonder, and I don't know if there's any room for it. I don't know if there's an opening for it, but I wonder if Vivek takes over this River Cats team and has an eye on Major League Baseball at some point. And I don't know the dynamics of I always come back to this. And I think I read that when it used to be Wrigley Field, now what is it, like Sutter Health Park or something like that? Whatever it is now, I don't think it has the capability to be expanded to a major league ballpark. I always, somebody let me know in the chat or whatever, to call in and let me know, whatever. I always remember hearing that. And I don't think that it has the capability. But is that something that, he's angling towards? I don't know. It would be pretty dope if he was. I got to be honest with you. If he buys the River Cats with an eye on Major League Baseball and he's actually able to get that done, wow. That would be nuts. J-Lo. There we go. J-Lo with the 8-on-9 baseball. That's funny. Yeah, even though I always defend that, I'm like, come on, man, that wasn't serious. That's a pretty funny tweet, or comment to have, and something that he's got to live with. But I don't know. I think it's a good thing that he is trying to get the Sacramento River Cats, and based on his track record, you got to believe that organization, everything around that organization, is going to be heavily invested into. He's going to take care of that. He's going to take care of the fan experience at River Cats game, which has not been the same since they started here in Sacramento. So I don't know. It was something that came across my mind because it was just like an overwhelming thought of he's just a bad owner. Don't have him touch the River Cats or anybody like that. And I was like, man, for real? I don't know about that. Let's hear what Trey has to say. Trey's on the line, man, on D-Lo and KC while D-Lo handles business, gets his stuff together. He'll be back.
What's up, KC? Hey, KC.
What's going on, man?
Hey, KC, this is Trent, bro. Hey, man, First of all, I'm happy you back, bro. You hear me? I love D-Lo, but the hammer, he can't do the KC thing, man. I'm happy you back.
The hammer does the hammer thing, man. He does his thing. He got his thing.
Ain't nobody mad at that. I'm just telling you, I love you and I miss you. That's all I'm saying.
That's love, big dog. I appreciate that, Trent, always.
Hey, but you know what, though, man? My question was, when it comes to Vivek, didn't Kevin Johnson go seeking him? He didn't kind of go, come looking to buy the Kings like we went to go try to find somebody to buy the Kings to keep them here. Is that how it kind of went?
If I have it correctly, I think David Stern approached Vivek, and at the time he was a minority owner for the Golden State Warriors, and
right. And I know that's right.
It's like anything in life. It was an opportunity. David Stern and maybe Kevin Johnson in conjunction with that kind of said, "Hey, man, are you interested? Like we may have an opportunity." Vivek probably did his homework, did his research, looked around. I was like, yeah, I think I can make this happen. I think this would be dope. That's how I think it went down.
Yeah, so my point is give the brother some room. That's all I'm saying. Give him some time and some room, man. Owning the franchise is not easy, bro. It's like, it's nothing easy. That's all I can say. You know what I mean? And he don't come from basketball. He's just a minority owner.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, why don't you say something nice about me now that I'm back? Why don't you go and say something nice about me, Trent?
I did. I said I love you.
No, I don't think that's not what I heard. That's not what I heard.
I missed my boy KC.
All right, we miss you, Trent, man.
We appreciate
you, big dog.
Yeah, man. I told Kenny yesterday. We got done recording our podcast. Like, man, I ain't never doing radio with anybody ever again. I don't mean like for a week with James. Love doing the show with James and everybody, but like the show. Man, this show is so much fun when we're together, man.
It's a blast, man. I had a great time yesterday coming back. Like I told you, like it's one of them things. Oh man, this vacation is over. I get to get back. It wasn't nothing dreadful, man. And it was everything I thought it was. I love it. I love the game. I love the game.
I don't know if I caught most of Trent's call there, and I don't know if this was something you talked about during my hiatus, but. I think there is another important note. He seems to care about this city, and he seems to have the best intentions for it. And the fact that, people thought if he was attempting to purchase Chelsea, oh, good, maybe he's selling the Sacramento Kings and he's out of here. Or I don't feel like I feel like he is rooting himself here in this city. I don't feel like he was ever 1 foot out. Right. I feel like he's been like, whether he lives here or not, I feel like he cares about this city and the growth of this city. And I don't think there is anything even remotely negative about him purchasing the Sacramento River Cats.
Right. And that's kind of where the whole thought for me came from. Is he a good owner or not? He owns the Sacramento Kings, this basketball franchise that hasn't been successful throughout his whole tenure. So that carries a lot of weight with his grade or whatever. Right. So I can't say like he's a good owner because they haven't been successful, in a number of different areas, basketball wise. But the question that I was asking was like the investment with his heart and with his wallet in this city, does that count for his owner grade? Or some people may say that's not an owner thing. That's just somebody, coming in buying real estate. And that has nothing to do with him as an owner, as a king, or nothing of the Kings or anything like that. And then you have people like,
I think it's disingenuous to eliminate it though.
I think so too, right? Like I think it's part of it. You know what I mean? I think it's part of the whole dynamic. And then you have people like Sass, and he's not I only mention him because he said it, but I'm sure he's not the only one who feels this way, is winning is the only thing that matters. And if that's the case, are you comfortable calling Robert Sarver a good owner? Because they're winners now.
Mm-hmm.
And
you shouldn't be.
No.
And we're talking from total outsider's perspective. I would bet your money. What was the phrase yesterday? Money well gambled. I'd bet the people in Phoenix feel the exact same way. No, it's great where the team is. We'd still love for him to sell.
Mm-hmm.
We'd still love for him to get. He doesn't check a lot of the boxes that Vivek Ranadive does.
Mm-hmm.
And this isn't to stall out Vivek for all the things that are going wrong. We've laid out the issues with him as the owner, as the Sacramento Kings. But again, there's going to be. Would you rather have James Dolan?
Jeez.
No. I wouldn't. And that's me. I'm speaking. I'm speaking only for me. I would not.
I wouldn't. And this is a question that maybe you didn't hear. I want to hear your thoughts on this one, because this isn't any shade to anybody outside of Ron Burkle. I guess that's it. I obviously I love the Republic, well-run organization. It's fine or whatever, but Vivek, and you were born and raised in this city just like I was. And tell me if I'm wrong, but Vivek has gotten things done in this city the way nobody has since I've been around here. Like he gets things that how long we've been talking about the rail yards and all this, it's happened my entire life. Like things don't get done. The only thing that gets done and that has gotten done is the Golden One Center in Doco.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked the question because people were upset about the thought of him, we know it won't happen, but him being part of the Republic ownership. And I said, if he was part of the Republic ownership, they'd probably be in MLS right now, and they'd probably be doing what they have to do for that stadium right now.
I don't know that that's even a question. I feel like that's a fine statement. Because there's no evidence to say that wouldn't be the case.
Right.
The reason the Sacramento Republic aren't in the MLS now is because people play footsie with it and then bounce.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, they keep getting welcomed back into this city, which is fascinating to me. Y'all don't want Joe and Gavin anywhere near here, but this dude keep getting a hall pass to come back to Sac and put his name on something stupid and screw it up again.
All right.
Yeah, like I mean, I completely agree with you. There'd be construction happening downtown right now if Vivek was a part of that group to buy the Sacramento Republic or part of a group to move them to the MLS. Absolutely. 100%.
And then the other thing I thought about, and this is something that I don't know, maybe you know the answer to this, because I feel like I ask this every time I think about it, and then I forget the answer. We'll just call it, I shouldn't do that because that's not nice. That's not the name of it. I was going to call it Rayleigh Field, but it's Sutter Park, Health Park or something right now. It can't be transformed into an MLB type stadium, can it?
I'm not the best person to ask for that. I know that I feel like we've had this discussion before, And the answer was no, but there's baseball life somewhere, and I can't remember where.
Yeah.
I don't know. Because I know James brings up the Arco thing a lot. Maybe that's what's stuck in my head.
Right.
Is the Arco baseball field? But
James would know this answer too, by the way. But I say that to say, what if Vivek had an eye on Major League Baseball with this whole thing? And if he did that and was able to pull that off, yeah. Uncle V, all right with me.
I mean, the other, I don't believe this protection should last forever. I don't even think this protection should be in place.
I'm not even saying he's a good owner.
But he is the guy who kept the team here. Like, the team's not here without Vivek Ranadive.
Facts.
I mean, we can point. You can bring up the former mayor. Former mayor is a big part of this as well. The late David Stern is a major part of this as well. But it was Vivek's money, so it's great to have those advocates. It's great to have those guys who want to get this done. But you had to have a guy with the money who was willing to spend it, and Vivek was. Again, that blanket doesn't last forever, but overall, like, he's brought something good to this city. And I think if he if his eyes are on just the Sacramento River Cats, or his eyes are on something much, much greater, there is nothing he's done that has shown this to be that he's bad for this city.
I agree.
Maybe not best for wins and losses, but not at all bad for this city, because we're still downtown. We're still at, the different spots that pop off down there around Doco, and none of that stuff is in existence, with the exception of Get a Clue. Without it.
That's phenomenal.
With the exception of Get a Clue and Macy's, like, it's just not popping down there. James Ham joins us. We can run back some of these questions with him when he joins us at the top of the hour. Next, here on ESPN 1320.
Only
weird.
about
I'm
a
not
month.
Sure what happened.
Only about a month. And then
I know.
Yeah.
Go
I'll be
ahead.
back.
I feel like I read that before. Yeah, Pragmatic Pessimist, you may have like tagged me in that, because I feel like I just saw something along those lines relatively recently. Did it? I didn't know Get a Clue left Doco. That's wait, you talking about the original Get a Clue, or like within the last month from the last time I was there? What? Really? Wow, that is news to me. It was one of like the original, not one of, it was the original hip hop clothing store in Sacramento. And it's always been downtown. That's crazy, dude. Wow. I had no idea. That happened. I ain't been to Art and Fair, and I don't think I've been to Art and Fair since before March of 2020. Man, wow. We didn't talk about that. That's one trade proposal I think we'll cover once it actually happens. That's not a trade proposal I'm willing to discuss on this radio show. I need to see that happen. In fact, I need to see her in safe hands before that gets discussed. Wow, that's crazy, man. I did not know that. Bruh, please. I don't know that it's lost yet, but I can't tell you how confused I was because I sent a video through IG, and because I like, there's layers, like when I could, didn't want it to be anything concerning, just shooting a video IG. I was already in the app. Like they had just come. I like, hey, take a look. This is what they are. And the whole exchange was like, oh my God, she doesn't remember the conversation. Yeah, right. like, oh my God. Okay. All right. And so like we went through like such a process to figure out what the least expensive way to do this was. And Don donated the artwork. We're going to curate it. Like it's I still think it's going to be done, and it's going to be crazy dope. But I can't lie. I've already started to look around my house, and it's like they're 40 by 40, so they're huge. And it's like 7 of them. And like, I can't put them like anywhere. I mean, I'm willing to put like a few up, but it's like, it's Jay, Kanye, Nas, J. Cole, Nipsey, Prince, and Kobe. And it's like, all right, I've started to look around like, what if I have to keep these? What am I going to do with them? And so I started to figure out places that they could go to where it wouldn't be super intrusive in my house. I have a music room where there's like Rick Ross and B and J and all of that. And yeah, there's not much big 40 by 40 of Sade. Yeah, I mean, Kendrick's there. Kendrick, I got Kendrick.
This going in our studio, or this is your wine room?
It's supposed to go in our studio.
That was a funny story.
That's a real story. That is a real story of concern happening in my life right now.
No.
Like she, there's no store to send them to. We had these made. Like they're mine.
No,
they are mine. Yeah, I got. About to have 280 feet of hip hop work hanging up in my house here pretty soon.
Hey, can I say something real quick? That I don't know if this is new or I'm late to the party or what, but because I usually, like, if I want to see something from our show on YouTube, I usually do it on my phone. Mm-hmm. Or I might even go to the laptop. I never do it on the iPad. Yesterday I did it on the iPad, and Jesse does a phenomenal job of like cutting the clips and giving you the marks and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Perfect job. There's another part where, as opposed to like scrolling with your finger on the timeline, you just click a button. It's like, oh, this part is when Casey was talking about crying in Vegas. This part is about Trey Lance. And you just, you hit it, automatically goes there. Yeah. Am I late to the party?
A little bit, not super late,
okay,
but just a little bit.
That's a fire feature right there.
Those are called chapters. And what happens is every day, see, you don't get this text. This text just comes to me because I do it. And you know, Jesse will do it when I'm away, but Jesse he logs the show and time codes it. Mm-hmm. So every day, as soon as the show ends, he sends me all those markers that I just copy and paste and insert into Twitter. So if you are into YouTube, so if you missed any part of the show, if you want to know when we came back, if you're listening on the radio, you want to know why we were laughing coming back from a commercial break, you can go see it and it'll be perfectly time marked. If you want to see our interview with Mark Jones, if you want to see that we did yesterday, if you want to hear our conversation with Akash or James Ham today, it's all time marked for you, and you just have to press those.
I saw that last night. That's chapters. Pretty fire. That's pretty fire. Like it's already great enough that if you go in the description, it shows you where the time is, right? So you can timestamp and you're like, oh, at 53:29, this is when we start. That's already dope enough. But usually you'd have to scroll the little thing till it gets to 53. No, I just click on that little cover art or whatever, and boom, I'm there.
Yeah, Jesse, I think Jesse had to keep, you won't get this reference, but many will. Jesse had to keep like a Michael Scott log of what we did each day for Danny in San Francisco. So he was already keeping track of everything we did. Like Danny wanted to know everything we did during the show.
What the hell did Danny have him doing?
So he was already doing it anyways, and all he did was add the timestamps. So it creates a better user experience for everybody. The only thing we didn't do is go stand in the pretzel line. Is that a shoot? Is that real? He was trying to micromanage us without us knowing he's micromanaging us.
That's hilarious.
I love Danny, man. The ratings go down as soon as you guys start talking about wrestling. Okay.
Oh man, no, that's a fire feature right there.
Yeah, that's good stuff. It's one of the it's one of the great things about this show. This show, it literally doesn't work without all three of us. Like it's just not. It is not like as great as hanging out with James all day is. It's just the different, because I don't know how James is going to react to something. And I already told you, there's stories I'm just going to bank till James isn't here, because I don't want him to feel like he has to talk about this. Like my Houston Texans theory, I was like, I'm not going to expect James to talk about that, so I'm just going to put that away. And Jesse literally isn't allowed a day off. This whole operation falls apart.
You just got to figure it out, bro. I don't know what you're doing with vacation time. None of that. You got to figure it out.
Stacy going to Jesse like, dude, you haven't taken any time off in like 2 years. Yeah, that's how valuable I am to this organization. I am not allowed time off.
This is what it is.
Man. Hey,
this is what it is.
Sorry, Jesse. We'll get you a gift basket. That's what we'll do. We'll send you a gift basket. James Ham going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. There's usually only we were talking NFL earlier. There's usually only a couple of wild cards every year in the NBA. Like we were talking about the salary cap and the Warriors, and feeling confident about the Warriors having an opportunity to kind of they could potentially be right back in the finals. We could very well see. I don't think it's a remote stretch at all to say we could see the Warriors and the Celtics again. But you can replace those teams pretty easily and say, yo, I could see Phoenix there. You want to take it a step further? Hey, maybe Memphis is doing it. Maybe Minnesota takes that big leap. There aren't very many like Phoenixes of 2 years ago, right? There aren't many teams that show that big, gigantic growth in the NBA. In the NFL, there's like 6 or 7 every year. Like every single year, there's a team that's like, what? I mean, last year, I think it's fair. That was the Bengals last year.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think people like the Bengals, but not like that. That's one of the cool things. Yeah. That's one of the cool things I think about the NFL is, we spend all of these time analyzing trades or signings or draft picks. There's a lot of shuffling at the quarterback position. Switching up of coaches or offensive coordinators or whatever. And, we get into this year and there's a team that's like, whoo, I thought they were good. I didn't think they were that though. Like they came, like you were excited about your 49ers, right? The 49ers are going to cook this year. 49ers were 10-7 last year and went to the NFC Championship. If the 49ers came out 12-2, 14 weeks into the season, that would be stunning. Like even because they got to the playoffs like the last week of the season, right? They beat a Dallas team that was scared to death of the playoffs. They own Aaron Rodgers, and then they had to go against the Los Angeles Rams again.
God, they owned, but they didn't.
But if you're a top, like if you're entering week 14 with a 12-2 record or 11-2 record, something like that, that's a stunning turn for a team that got into the playoffs with a 10-7 record last year. There's going to be a team we're not talking about, we're not thinking about, we're not speaking on, that's probably going to be playing in one of the last weeks of the playoffs that we weren't banking for.
Do you have a team that you would put in there?
Not without feeling gross.
No. Oh boy. You don't have to worry about that. It's not happening.
No? You're confident?
Yeah.
The roster is very, very good.
They lost Jarvis.
I thought that I said that last year. They did. I said last year though that team was, for those who haven't picked up on it, it's Cleveland. That roster is good.
It is good. And the coach is cool too.
And maybe it's not this year, it's next year.
Maybe so.
And if it's not next year, it ain't happening. Like that, because not and not because of their quarterback, but because if you have a window, it's going to close on you, right? If the window to have a great team, if that's a real thing, this joint's going to close on you. And you've got some guys that you have a lot of pieces. And I don't know how many games you have him, but from an on-field perspective, you have a quarterback.
Yes.
So, and you have a quarterback who, like, the damn near 40 touchdowns, single-digit interceptions on a team that had 4 wins.
Look, it's not a crazy opinion or take or anything like that. No, I just don't think it'll happen.
It's a gross one. It's not crazy. It's gross.
There's that too. You know, I've heard some people talk about, and I don't think it's outlandish. I just don't think they have a quarterback. Still don't think they have a quarterback. Some people saying Carolina. Carolina wasn't that bad last year. I can't think of what the record was, but I remember watching them throughout the season and like, they're not that bad. They just have
Sam.
They were
5-12.
They were?
Yeah. Carolina Panthers, they were 5-12.
But what I was, not record wise, not that bad, but what I would say is they're not a bad team. They just don't have a quarterback. And I don't think they went and got a quarterback. So maybe they'll still be 5-12. But I don't know, that NFC South is, well, you got Tampa Bay. I was about to say, I'm not sold on NFC South, but
hold up. Was Sam Darnold was number 1, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm.
They got 2 number 1 quarterbacks on their team.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Wait, Sam Darnold, no, he wasn't number 1. He was like 3. He was the same year as Baker, wasn't he?
Well, was it Baker? Well, who was 2 then?
The Rosen.
Rosen was 10th, right? Yeah. Rosen was 10th. Yeah. Okay. Darnold was the same year. Okay. I guess. Of course, that makes sense. The contract, their contracts is the same.
Yeah. Saquon.
Sam Darnold was. Oh God. Oh man. Okay. That's tough. And I that's one that I really missed that one.
I thought Sam would be all right.
Sam Darnold he was the Jabari Smith. All the way up until Baker Pancaro came up and took that number 1 spot the night before the draft. But it was Darnold, and then all of a sudden Baker Pancaro comes up and shakes it.
There was even buzz for Saquon or somebody trading up and Saquon being number 1. And Baker didn't he just like kind of keep going up? Then he started in like the 20s.
Once
the season ended, and then he got to 15, and he might be top 10.
Yep.
Buzz for him to be top 5, and then the day of, they're like, he's going number 1.
Like, wait, what? He's going? Oh my God, that came out of nowhere. And that's not even like Palo. That's like if Dyson Daniels moved up and became the number 1 pick in the draft.
That just went number 1.
Like, oh, well, his suit was if nothing else, his suit was number 1 worthy for sure. I don't know why I just eliminated Kenny from the live stream. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lashes, Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app as we welcome in the creator of the Kings Beat and our 1320 Kings Insider, James Ham. James, what's up, buddy?
What's going on, gentlemen? I think you're just used to being me and you. That's why you dumped Kenny there for a second.
I think that's what just happened.
Yeah, that's probably what happened for sure.
The last 6 times. What's going on, man? How was Vegas?
It was hot.
It always is. It doesn't disappoint in that way.
I enjoyed it though. I had a good time. A lot of basketball. Like I was talking about it, I think on the show, but July in Las Vegas has just turned into basketball heaven. They got summer league. Sometimes they got the U.S. Olympic teams training camp, and the amount of AAU basketball. Like it's literally all July. Like every week in July, there's a new tournament.
Yeah, I've been there for quite a few of those events. Not for the AAU stuff, but yeah, I really miss going to those youth tournaments. You know, having my son play soccer for so many years, it was just so much fun. Everyone, you know, scrambling to get a Airbnb together, and pack a bunch of families into a house that's not built for that many people, and you know, everyone comes over for dinner. It's all fun stuff. I miss all that stuff. I don't miss Vegas though. I don't miss Vegas heat or the smoking or just the the clanging of bells and whistles at all times. Yeah.
The whole aura of the city, don't miss at all.
I miss the food. I miss the food. It's got good food.
They do have good food. Yeah. I love Vegas, though. I enjoy my time there. I was there for like.
Boy, you didn't even say that. You didn't even say that with the same like roar from your stomach that you said, I love LA.
Well, I
Like,
mean,
it's totally
I do love LA. I don't love it more than Sacramento, though.
Okay. Thank you for throwing that in there.
There we go.
Question of the day, Hammer, based on the news that we broke here on ESPN 1320 last week. Is Vivek Ranadive a good owner?
Oh, that's a tough one. No, I mean it is.
No, that's a perfectly fair answer. We've tried to lay out the pros and the cons as to why he is and where his shortcomings are.
Yeah, I mean financially he's fully invested. What he's done with the downtown area is just amazing, and some of that is city money, but a lot of that was his money and other owners' money, and so he has done some amazing things downtown. He is fully invested when it comes to the team. This is, while they aren't the highest payroll in the NBA, the Kings, put up $131 million payroll last year. Mm-hmm. It's more than twice of what the Maloofs were putting in their last couple of years with the team. And of course, the salary cap has gone up and the television money went up. But he has put his money, into the product. But that's not what being an owner is about. That's not just what it's being about. I'd even say like his messaging, his social media, his social justice stuff. He seems like in a lot of ways he's on the right side of history. Mm-hmm. But when it comes to being just straight up an owner, if one of the other 35 owners that are part owners in that team were to take over, is there a possibility things would be different? Yeah. Is there a possibility they would have won sooner? Sure. So, yeah, I think that's like a coach gets judged by his wins and losses. Players make all-star teams or don't make all-star teams by wins and losses. And then I think owners, they kind of get off the hook here when it comes to wins and losses. And in the last 9 years, the team hasn't been good. And, part of that blame, a good portion of that blame belongs on Vivek specifically in his handling of coaches, his handling of front office personnel, everything. So, yeah, it's 50-50. I don't know.
I came to the conclusion, James, that I can't call him a good owner because, to your point, the record matters. They haven't won anything since he's been in charge. And it's a basketball team. Like you gotta win. If you want to just be successful with the dollar figures and how much money you make, then go into another business. Your wins and losses, it matters here in this situation. So I can't call him a good owner, but I think this all came about because of the whole River Cat story, and people treated him like he was just some death wish to the River Cats and this bad owner. I was like, well, I'm not going to call him a bad owner. I don't think he's bad. Like, he's all right. Like, he's cool. And then the other thing about that was it became a situation where, is it just about wins? Like, and I would say for some people, if it's just about wins, are you comfortable saying Robert Sarver is a good owner? You know what I'm saying? Like, exactly. You know what I mean? Like, if people think winning is all that matters, well, that's a championship contender now. And that's one of the slimiest guys in the game. So he's a good owner, or, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think the question, it's a different question. Is he a good owner? I think I would say, like, probably not. But is he a bad owner? And then that's where you start getting into the gray area. Like, I'm not sure. And, like, I'll say this too. It's not intentional. Like, he wants to win. And I think that that's something that's missed. Like, the things that he does, the decisions he makes, the inconsistency, the, changing his mind, micromanaging, all that stuff. It's because he wants to win. Yeah. But, like, a lot of people want to win and don't know how and don't figure it out. It's not like everyone gets to win a championship, or this isn't Little League. Not everybody gets to play 3 innings. So I think it's an interesting conversation. If he's going to buy the River Cats, I don't think their current ownership is good. At least it wasn't the last time I was there. It wasn't considered good. Once the father died, who owned that team initially, the Savage family, it fell into the hands of other people, and there were some rough times there for sure, where things were, employee wise, were bad. I know that I had people that I knew worked there, people who had to, there were crazy things that were happening all over the place. Everyone's oh, you some of the stuff that's going on. The guy wearing the Dinger suit had to go, and he had 6 other jobs that he had to take care of during the day. They had cut back their staff so far and all that stuff. And again, I've been clear, the A's always put a really good AAA product on the field. The Giants don't really care about that. So having it change hands and going from the A's to the Giants, it does hurt the brand, just because you're not going to win. And, people still show up to see a winning product and to see prospects that are on their way to the big leagues a lot. And I think you had more of that feel with the A's than you do with the Giants.
And that's ultimately what we need to see out of all of this is a winning product from the Sacramento Kings, from Vivek Ranadive, from everybody involved with this group. And we have all led ourselves to believe, and I think rightfully so, that it starts with De'Aaron Fox. And we had a comp earlier that I'm curious to get your opinion on, because I think we think a little bit differently about this player. This is a cross sport comp, and we discussed this in depth in the first hour. So for those who want to go back and listen to it, if you're just tuning in, it was an interesting discussion. Is De'Aaron Fox Kyler Murray?
Damn, that's a good one.
No, I mean, it's interesting.
Obviously both very, very, very good ball players.
Yeah.
But there's little notes and caveats attached to both of them.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's a good question. I would have to really sit back and think about how we look at NFL, quarterbacks, and then compare, because if you look at the quarterback position and you compare that to the point guard position, then you will get to a point where, Kyler Murray is a, top point guard. I mean, quarterback in the NFL. And then you would kind of do the same thing when it came to Fox. Yeah, it's interesting. There are quarterbacks that have been in the league for a long time that haven't won. And I might look at that more than I would just straight up Kyler Murray. I mean, there are other quarterbacks, before Matthew Stafford got to the Rams, he was a really good quarterback just on a horrendous franchise that's never been good. I mean, the Lions are just so bad. But that's where I might start to make comps. I want to see what he looks like on a different team, or I want to see him be able to take his team and make them different. And we haven't seen that yet. So we haven't seen him make his team different. And we haven't seen, so I'm not going to say he's like Tua. That wouldn't be kind, but, again, there could come a time where De'Aaron Fox is on a different team, and he might look completely different in a winning situation if he ever finds that winning situation. And I kind of want to see what that would look like. I hope that it comes in Sacramento and that he can create that winning situation, but he's got to be part of that decision. He's got to be part of the reason why they win. And, we haven't got there yet.
Ironically, you take the last 2 off seasons, I guess, with Monty McNair, a new coach, a new change of roster. He's got that change, he's got that change with now, going into opening day or opening night, far different franchise almost, from some of the decision makers all the way down to the people that he's playing with and who's coaching him in that locker room than it was opening night 2 seasons ago. So he's kind of got that right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. Someone brings up, is he more like Derek Carr? And, that might be a good comp. Like Derek Carr's always been a really good quarterback. Like the numbers support that Derek Carr is a good quarterback, but he doesn't win. And so I think quarterbacks are judged in a very specific way, and it's always about winning. And at a certain point, you know, a guy who averages 24 points a game should be considered an all-star level talent without any question. I mean, that historically, De'Aaron Fox's numbers are phenomenal the last 2 seasons, but he's not considered that. And, you know, you can even do a player comp, put him right next to Donovan Mitchell and say, who's really been the better player the last 2 years? And you can say, well, it's Mitchell, but by what degree? And the difference is one of them has been on a winning franchise and one of them hasn't. Now, is it Fox's fault that he doesn't win? No, not 100%. Is he partially to blame? Yeah, like every player that steps on the court has some accountability for what's happened here. But, you know, if you would switch those 2 players and put one in a better situation, what would they look like? Just like we talked about the other day, Damian, if the draft would have gone different, the 2017 NBA draft, and the Kings wouldn't have had the pick swap, and sitting at number 3 was Jason Tatum, and the Kings, you know, what would have happened if the Kings took Jason Tatum and Boston took De'Aaron Fox? Would De'Aaron Fox be looked at completely differently? And I think the answer is probably yes. You know, he would have had potential to be in a stable organization that built things around him and that, you know, put a team that could win. And so I just, it's really hard to be highly critical of the experience that De'Aaron Fox has had when you know that you know, he's on his 4th head coach. He's on like his 5th defensive coordinator. You know, he's played with 100 people or maybe it's 65 or 70, but it's hard to really put blame on one person when it's like, how much weight can one guy carry for a franchise?
Yeah, that I can't lie. The Derek Carr comp got me a little bit.
It's a good one.
Like, oh,
it's a good one.
It's not me. Whoever it was in the chatty house that came up with that. Yeah, I mean,
that's a really good one.
It's a good one
because
yeah.
I think, man, I mean, right down to I think Derek Carr is. I don't think I think Derek Carr is unfairly criticized. Like, he's a good quarterback. Again, I feel like sometimes maybe in the NFL you have to be great and there's no other tier. You're either great or you're bad. Like I feel like there are very few good quarterbacks. Like Derek Carr is a good quarterback that the Raiders have decided to stick with. I'm really excited for the Raiders season, by the way. We haven't talked much about that. I'm really anxious to see how all of this stuff that they did in the offseason pops. But that's a great comp. That's a good one. That one stuck me a little bit.
I'd even say this really quick because I know we got to go to break here. But
no, we're good.
No, we got
okay. But we're about to see Derek Carr with Devontae Adams. That's the best offensive player he's ever played with, bar none. It's not even close. He's the best offensive player Derek Carr has ever played with. It's the same exact thing with De'Aaron Fox. He's playing with Sabonis this year. This is the best player he's ever played with. Not even remotely close. The best player he's ever played with. They both got new coaches. Both of those coaches are probably the best coaches that they've played under. This is a moment where both of them have to put up or shut up. It is that moment. It's that moment where this is your opportunity to be something you haven't been before and find success in a different way. And it's up to you to find it and to do it. So, yeah, interesting stuff.
Still talking Kings for sure, but you talked about Devontae Adams being the best player Derek Carr ever played with. And then I thought about, yeah, you're probably right. And I was like, Crabtree? And then I thought about Crabtree getting in a fight with Aqib Talib. That was a scene.
Ooh, yeah.
That was a scene. That's one of those scenes you don't see often in football. For all the trash talking and, you know, physical sport. No, they really fought on the field. That was nuts.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, well, that, you know, like people bring up Derek Waller and Waller is probably in like NBA terms, he's a tight end. He's still the equivalent of like a Harrison Barnes. He's a very, very good tight end, and he might be one of the better tight ends in the league. But at the same time, like there's something different about having a wide receiver or he's never handed the ball off to a Christian McCaffrey or someone like that. Just like a lightning bolt that changes everything. So yeah, it's interesting. I don't usually do a bunch of go back and forth between football and basketball. I'm sure we could come up with baseball comps as well with Fox. Yeah. Anyway.
So one of the things when we can touch on the Kyler Murray and Fox comp too, because we spent the whole segment on that. So we'll come back to that a little bit. But one of the things that is always talked about, or Damien asked me, was he asked me, he said, do you feel that Cliff Kingsbury has gotten the most out of Kyler Murray? I said yes. And he says, well, that's Mike Brown's job with De'Aaron Fox now. Do you think it's that simple, or is this more on De'Aaron Fox to get his game where it needs to go to get this franchise to another level? Is it more on him, or does Mike Brown have to figure out a way to connect with De'Aaron Fox more?
I think it's a little bit different in the fact that, if I'm not mistaken, Kingsbury pushed for them to draft Kyler Murray, and that was a huge gamble to draft him where they did, to do what they did, that whole entire situation. So he put all of his eggs in that basket. I think Mike Brown is stepping into a situation where he, like every other coach, has to figure out a way to connect with De'Aaron Fox and to get more out of De'Aaron Fox, specifically on the defensive end. And, so in that way, yeah, I mean, his success is tied to him in the same way that Kingsbury's is, but he didn't make that decision. That wasn't his guy. So if Mike Brown said, hey, I want you to go out and trade for this player right now, then that's where, we could say, well, he's putting all of his eggs in this basket. And we've seen that with some NBA coaches where, they do get behind one guy. I'd even say like Mike Brown was the guy who was brought in like early in LeBron's career to like get LeBron over the hump, to get LeBron through the early stages and into contention stage. And he did a really good job of that, even though they never really built the team. So, I mean, that guy, the fact that he went to the finals with, like the second best players like Zydrunas Ilgauskas and like Boobie Gibson and like that entire roster, you're looking at like, wait a sec, this team went all the way to the finals? Like, not good at all. So, yeah, I think Mike Brown is that guy who's really being brought in at the right time to take a team. Normally you see a team that's like a 6 seed and you need someone to take them over the top. I think the Kings could be looked at as a team that probably should have been better than their record the last 3 or 4 years. Maybe there's 1 year where they just gave everything up and like they took a huge step back. But this is a guy that's trying to take you over the top, but into the playoffs over the top, as opposed to, taking a team that's a good team and making them into a great team. That could be step 2-3 years from now. But right now he's being taxed with sort of taking a guy over the top and making him taking a franchise over the top and making them just better than they have been, more stable than they have been.
It's funny, like heading into this year, like I think we can all comfortably say we expect De'Aaron Fox to be the Sacramento Kings' best player, pretty close to it. I also feel like De'Aaron Fox is like the team's biggest wild card, because we just don't know how the season is going to start. We don't know what version of De'Aaron is going to start this season. If it's the guy who ended the last 2 years, before, sickness and broken hand and all that stuff, like the guy who, when he was playing, was like, whoo, the post Sabonis trade where it was like, yo, he's unlocked. The hug heard round the world. Like, is it that guy, or is it the guy who, in games 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 last year just looked like a shell of himself?
Yeah, I mean, there's so much riding on De'Aaron Fox this year, and he knows that. We're not speaking crazy here. He knows that. Every coach that's come through here said we'll only go as far as De'Aaron takes us. That's it. Like, wherever he goes, we go. And if he can't get us there, he can't get us there, and we're not going to make it.
Sorry, that just sparks. Is this team poorly constructed for us to all think like that? Because it's like, it's one thing to think about that for like Giannis or LeBron or like one of those tier players, but to go, oh, the Kings will only go as far as De'Aaron Fox is going to go. year 6 into this, it's like, yo, maybe you should have built out this team a little bit differently.
Oh, totally. I mean, this team has been like ill-constructed for years. Like totally. It's been not built the right way at all. It's like when you have a player like De'Aaron, you need long athletic defenders all over the court. You need 3-point specialists to space the floor. Even like when you get Sabonis, it's a first passing big man he's ever played with. So yeah, it has been ill-constructed. And that goes for everyone from the day that he got taken. But at the same time, like if you're Vlade Divac and you draft Marvin Bagley should have been the perfect fit. He should have been. So like if we start blaming for the way that people didn't advance in their careers or petered out or regressed greatly, a guy like Buddy Hield, if you're going to design a player to play next to De'Aaron Fox, it would be a floor spacing, 3-point shooting madman, a guy just who has unlimited green light. That's what you had.
Right.
But the fact that he couldn't play defense, the fact that he made mistakes all the time, there's some things that didn't work out. So I would like to say that like overall the thing's been poorly constructed. I think where the real poor construction comes in is that you never went and got that player that was way better than everybody else on the court. So you've got Fox, and then there's always been a pretty steep drop off to, player 2, 3, 4, 5. Like there's a steep drop off, and the Kings have never had an honest to goodness second man at all to put next to him. And now I think they do have a second man, but you also have, a bunch of third and fourth options that probably fit better than any group of players before. If Harrison Barnes is on this team, he's a knockdown 3-point shooter from the corner. Herter, knockdown 3-point shooter. Monk, knockdown 3-point shooter. Keegan Murray is a guy who can space the floor and do all kinds of things as well. And he's a guy you're kind of banking on that you got to get to the 6, 7, 8 seed. But then how do you get better after that? And one of the ways you get better is by Keegan Murray getting much better and taking big steps. So you can only count on Fox and Sabonis to take you so far. And again, like we always talk about, Fox has got to take you to like, we only go as far as Fox goes. Well, that it isn't fair. It never has been fair, especially if you're not going to put players. If you're going to go to him and say, hey, give us a list of 5 guys you'd like to go get, and we'll try to get you 1 or 2 of them. They never did that, and Fox never had any interest in doing it. So I just kind of feel like Fox has been along for the ride up until this point when it comes to like player personnel and the direction of the players around him. I think he was a little bit more engaged on that this summer, and that's good. He's a little bit more engaged on the coach that they hired as well.
Yeah, he took the words right out of my mouth when you talked about it was supposed to be Marvin Bagley. That was supposed to be when Fox was drafted, and I still kind of feel this way about him. He scores a little better than I thought he could, but I thought the perfect scenario would be this guy is 19-9, and then you go get a guy that, in this case it was Bagley, so it was a big man, but a guy that was going to average 22 points a night and be your leading scorer. Like I didn't ever think De'Aaron Fox was meant to be the leading scorer on the team, and that was the role that was best for him. It was supposed to be Bagley, and it wasn't him. He missed. But like you said, now you got Sabonis, and you got different shooters and guys that can create their shot around them. Fox probably still has to be the team's leading scorer in that respect, so it doesn't fit that role. But I think they're built a little better around him. And when you talk about poor construction, I think it's okay for what they're talking about to have De'Aaron Fox be the guy that it kind of revolves around, right? Like if you're talking Giannis or Kawhi or something, you're talking championship level. If it's like we're only going to go as far as De'Aaron Fox goes when you talk about championship, yeah, that's doing too much. Like you're constructed poorly. But when you talk about we're trying to be a 6 to 8 seed and we're only going to go as far as De'Aaron Fox goes, I think he's good enough to have those type of expectations on him, and for the team to look at it that way. I think that's fair given his talent level.
Yeah, see, it's funny you brought something up too there that I thought was interesting. When he was young, I always thought sort of the ceiling of him was John Wall. So I was always waiting for the 20-8, and we kind of got there. And then all of a sudden, he went up to 25, and it's like, oh, I didn't see that.
Right.
But part of that was because the Kings were so bad that he had to. He had no other option but to be that player. And so yeah, that there was a time where you thought, okay, he can be something much different than I thought he could be. And even at this point, like, do we even really know what his ceiling is? Like, I don't think we do. Like, I mean, I think his floor is 20 a game, but could his ceiling still be 27, 28? I don't know. It's possible. If he starts shooting his 3-point shot like he did a couple of years ago, where he hit 37%, then yeah, his ceiling is probably 28 points, maybe a little bit more. Like, he could be one of those guys that he takes a step up again, and you're like, all right, this is who we thought you would be.
No.
It's good stuff. James Ham, 1320 Kings Insider, creator of the Kings Beat. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk more NBA basketball when we return here at Steelo and KC. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on ESPN 1320. Clear.
Hey, James, you would probably know this. Can the baseball stadium, Sutter Health Park, can that be converted to a Major League Baseball type stadium?
When it was built originally, there was 2 design plans from what I remember. One design plan was so a third deck could be added, the outfield bleachers could be changed over, and you could build it to convert it to a Major League stadium. In the construction phase, either they ran out of money or they just realized that it was so cost prohibitive that they stopped, and they didn't do the true build out that they could have done. And so I do not believe that it can be. I mean, could it be retrofitted? Maybe. But it was initially, the original plan was to make it so it could be expanded to like a 35,000 seat capacity building. And it just never was. It wasn't built that way. So whether it was like the level of I-beam construction, as far as like the girders and everything, they just didn't build it so it could be stacked on again. From what I remember. So I'd be interested. Yeah.
I saw the proposal for. Did you see the thing for Soldier Field? I think it was the mayor of Chicago. Like, is it that simple? You just so there's a proposal, like, because I think it was the Bears. I don't know if it was the Bears or someone who represents the Bears, just bought like $160 million worth of land nowhere near Chicago to build the belief is to build a new stadium. Mm-hmm. And the mayor I think it was the mayor in Chicago was like, no, let's just reconstruct it. The renderings looked incredible, but it was like, so that's all you have to do is just like redo the end zone and you could put a dome on Soldier Field. Like, that's all it takes. Wow.
Okay, so remember that Oracle, they basically put a shell over the top of Oracle. Like, it was much smaller. And they put a shell over and expanded it and built like a new roof and everything. Like, they built that thing out. So
in Oakland, Oracle Arena.
In Oakland, yeah, Oracle Arena. So I actually think that there's a possibility. I mean, it would come down to whether they engineered the footings and stuff to take on more weight. That's what it would come down to. So would you have to tear up like giant sections in like down the first base line to like behind the home plate and add in like major like 30-foot like concrete pylons into the ground to support the weight to go up? So, but I think what I mean though is there a possibility that you could shell out over the top and just build out over the top? It would be more expensive than what it would have been if you would have built it originally to be expanded, but yeah.
No.
Anyway,
Anything
I would love it.
More in 2022.
Yeah. No, I think so. And look, if Vivek wants to go all in and buy that, and then wants to have a conversation about moving the A's up, Like, I'd be okay with that. Like, you cannot get any worse than Fisher and the group that are running the A's now. Like, as far as ownerships go, there's nothing worse.
But are they actually selling the team or just trying to move it?
They're just trying to move it.
No, yeah.
Anything about Fisher wanting to sell?
No, I haven't heard that either. But like at a certain point, they've done so much damage. It's like the Maloofs, except for the Maloofs, it wasn't truly intentional until it became intentional. Until they were like jabbing the city, like trying to kill them with 1,000 paper cuts. But before that.
Sorry, Ham. Hang on. We're coming back.
All right.
There's no reason to not bring this conversation to the air. We started talking construction as we normally do with James Ham. That's up there right below the Sacramento Kings when it comes to James Ham.
The answers.
The construction beat is coming pretty soon. James, this construction homeimprovementbeat.com is on
That'd
the way.
That'd
be awesome. See, it's just videos of James is like building stuff. Like James is trying to figure out how to enclose the room that he does his podcast and radio shows in now. And look at, like, for those who are watching, he's looking off in the distance because he's thinking about how he can do all of this and make it work.
Oh, I'm making hidden bookshelves. That's what I'm doing. But that pop open and like it swings open and then my speakeasy's down inside. Yeah.
See,
I absolutely love the construction beat. That's hilarious. Put it on a shirt.
Yeah.
The construction beat with James Ham on the way. But we were talking about like how the conversation was in the direction of like how how could a baseball stadium be built here in Sacramento, and the talk of Vivek Ranadive and the Sacramento River Cats, and is there a chance to go after the A's? And James, we'll just pick up right there with the question I just asked you. To the best of my knowledge, like the A's aren't for sale. The A's may be moving. The A's may be trying to move, but they're trying to be moved with the same owners, not sold to somebody else.
Yeah, they're trying to move the same owners, but again, at a certain point, I mean, the A's owners are like the third richest owner in Major League Baseball. Yeah. They just don't care. They're just bad owners. So again, you talk about bad owners. That's a horrible owner. I mean, they need to be called out every step of the way. They're absolute trash. They won't even like step in front of a microphone or do a real interview. They're just bad owners who won't put money into the product and don't deserve the product. So that's at the end of the day, like when you own a professional franchise, you are a steward for the franchise. That's what you are. You are someone who the franchise will outlive, because franchises don't typically die. People do. Mm-hmm. And so you hope that you have a lineage that, your kids will take over and everything else. But there are people out there that buy teams to make money. And it feels like that's what's happened with the A's. And even if they move down to Las Vegas, it would be to get a mostly publicly funded, like building that would increase the value of their product, and then they would be able to either sell it, or it would just be a giant thing in their portfolio. Again, people forget when Vivek bought the Kings, it was like a $565 million valuation. Mm-hmm. And the Maloofs had a bunch of debt on top of that. So they didn't just walk away with like 535 or 565 million bucks. They owed the city of Sacramento like 77 million. They had a bunch of debt on top of, and then they had a bunch more on top of that, like hiding in other spots. Like they poorly managed their money. But the franchise is now worth over $2 billion, and we're talking about 9 years. So the investment of Vivek and all those people put in, they've made their money back. It's quadrupled. Now, did they put money out of their pocket to help that happen? Sure. Just like I bought my house, I added 1,700 square feet, and my house I bought at one point, and now it's maybe 3 times what I bought it for. But that's because I put a lot of sweat equity and a lot of, I built onto it. It's the same thing with the Kings. The Kings, Vivek bought the team, and then he like did the whole swap and all the land trading and all that stuff, and they got that. They built the arena, and now part of the reason why it's worth $2 billion as opposed to like $1.6 billion is because they built the arena and all the stuff on top of it. And so, yeah, they've done a good job of, like, you know, again, as far as an investment, building out the thing, but that's just not what the A's have done. The A's have just been a hot mess from the beginning.
Yeah, Fisher is terrible, and then in some circles they like to call Fisher feels like he hit a lick when he got the A's. Like, oh, I could just make money off it, and nothing's going on. This is great. I don't have to do anything, and I'm making money. So, yeah, he's terrible. He is a terrible sports owner. Once again, and we got a guy Miho who just says everything negative about the Kings in here. He talks about the A's have made the playoffs the last 4 or 5 seasons. Does that mean Fisher's a good owner? Back to our original conversation. Just because they go to the playoffs, does that mean he's a good owner? Absolutely not. So I would love for that dream. Look, mind you, I don't think it's happening at all. I think Vivek's buying the River Cats to buy the River Cats. I think that's all that is. But I would love for the Major League dream to come true here in Sacramento. And somebody asked the question, if the A's came to Sacramento, what would I do? I would love both teams equally. Okay? That's all I do.
He'd buy the split hat.
I'd buy the split hat. I'd be like Spike Lee. Right? He's from Brooklyn. He was always a Knicks fan, but then the Nets went to Brooklyn. He's like, I got love for the Nets. It's still Knicks, but I got love for that. I'd have love for the A's. It's still Giants, but I'd have love for the A's.
That's funny. Yeah, it always reminds me Jim Cosmore would like to wear the split A's and Giants hat just to be a contrarian, just to like get a rise out of people. And it always like, I'm gonna punch you. You can't wear that hat. You can't wear that hat anywhere. That's disrespectful. Yeah. And someone asked earlier, Cosmore and his family moved to Nashville, Tennessee. So they just recently moved. So good luck to Coz on a new adventure in Nashville, Tennessee.
Maybe he can go to SummerSlam.
Yeah,
maybe he can, and James can go with him. Like James, I'm sure will be excited to be at SummerSlam. James, do you know what SummerSlam is?
Is it WWE?
There you go. Okay. There it is.
So unsure the answer to.
Well, he probably know. I'm dealing with these two idiots. It's probably wrestling, for God's sakes.
Wrestling? Is that what this is?
The wrestling beat coming to.
That's right. That's right.
Mark Jones said to us yesterday, he thinks this team's good enough to get into the 6, 7, or 8 spot. Mark a little too high on the team, or is that just all things breaking right?
They're good enough to make to the 6, 7, 8 spot. They're bad enough to make it to the 9th, 10th, 11th spot. I don't think they can be worse than 11.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. That's a tough one. Like I like Mark's optimism, and Mark was brought here, to be optimistic and to with the hopes that he was going to cover a good basketball team, and that hasn't happened yet. But yeah, I think we're looking at a situation where there's going to be at least 4 teams that don't care, that don't want to win. And, we've talked about that in the past, but, we're talking about the Spurs, we're talking about OKC, we're talking about Houston, and we're probably talking about Utah at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, you got a bunch of teams that are lumped in together, and the Kings are part of that. And it's probably the 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 group. So the Lakers, the Kings, the Lakers, the Blazers, Pelicans, and I'm sure there's one other team that I'm just forgetting. But that group of teams are going to be, in that range. Can you get up to where like a Minnesota or a Dallas could be? Sure. Like things happen, injuries happen. I'm not convinced that Minnesota is like everything's going to work out like they believe it will. Yeah, but
that's my hot take. I think Minnesota jumps.
Well, they're either going to jump. They're jump one way or the other. I think that's
jump up or jump off.
Yeah, like I think they're either going to go way up or they're going to go way down. And we talked about this on the Kings beat, like the Donovan Mitchell thing. If you were the Kings, would you go chase Donovan Mitchell? And we talked about it for an hour straight. Me and Brendan yesterday. But I'll say the one difference between going all in on Donovan Mitchell and going all in on Rudy Gobert like Minnesota did is Minnesota gave up 4 first-round picks. They gave up like 3 rotational players. I mean, they gave up a whole bunch, right? Well, what is the return if it doesn't work and you need to trade Gobert? You're not getting that back. You're going to take 30 cents on the dollar in return. You might be able to get 1 or 2 first-round picks. But, if you let this thing play out 1 or 2 years, he all of a sudden is moving towards the backside of his prime, and you start looking at the money and just the modern NBA and how a big man like that works. Where if you go and make some drastic, crazy move and throw everything to go get Donovan Mitchell, well, 2 years from now, Donovan Mitchell is he's still under contract for another 1.5 to 2 years, and you would still have the opportunity to go get 3 or 4 first-round picks for him again. So I think your investment is easier to recoup with a guy like Mitchell than it is with a guy like Gobert.
Yeah. And to that point, when you guys were talking about that, because I was listening to that a long hypothetical conversation, and I think Brendan asked about Keegan Murray, and you're like, yeah, there's no way he's even part of the deal. And I agree with you, James. Number one, like seeing hypotheticals, we're not in the negotiating room, so we don't know what's really going on. But if the Knicks, who look to be the front runner in the whole thing, if they're not having to part with RJ Barrett, there's no way I'm even thinking about Keegan Murray being involved in a Donovan Mitchell trade. Like you guys, I don't think he's getting traded to the Kings by any means. But yeah, Keegan Murray in any hypothetical, that's just a no-go.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason why we went through that exercise is very specific, just to, like, could they actually get him? And I think at the end of the day, the answer is probably no, right? But I try to be... I
don't know. The trade proposal you guys put up, I mean, it's about what they're going to get, because I don't think they're getting star for star in any trade that they get. Closest thing is Tyler Hero. And if they went with Tyler Hero, then they're not getting the picks that they want. So when you talk about Barnes, Holmes, maybe Davion or something like that and a bunch of picks, I think that's in the vicinity of what they'd be getting.
Yeah, like with Miami, I don't think Miami has anything to offer. Like the problem that you have with Miami, they're always going to be good. So what use is it to go get first-round draft picks from the Miami Heat? They're not good draft picks. They're not ever going to equal Donovan Mitchell. It's just not going to happen.
All right.
So you got to hope that Tyler Hero and then somehow turning those other picks into something would actually get you somewhere. I don't buy that either. So, like, if I'm going to put together a trade, I'll just tell you the parameters of where I think the Kings would go, where I think the other team would ask for, and then, like, at the end of the day, I don't think the deal would happen, because the Kings could go 3 first-round picks. They could go a couple of pick swaps. They could go Davion, Harrison Barnes, and then fill up the rest, the back end. And is that enough for Utah? And I don't know. But I'll still tell you, I've told you guys this a bunch of times. If I'm trading with any team in the NBA and it's coming to draft picks, I'm trading with the Sacramento Kings. Because I look at all of the picks that the Knicks have to offer. Almost all of them are so heavily protected, and almost all of them dissolve into second-round picks if they don't relay. So they have a Dallas pick, they have a Pistons pick, they have like a couple other picks that are actually on paper initially you're like, ooh, they could get that pick. But they're all so heavily protected. Like I think the Detroit picks are like top 18 protected for like 3 years, and then they dissolve into 2 seconds. So again, it's tough to look at the packages and compare. But if I'm trading with any team in the league, if I'm another like executive, how do I get Sacramento involved and how do I get their picks? I mean, we're 16 years of playoff drought. They're always in the lottery. Like, how do I get their pick? Because that's who I would like kind of circle.
How extensive do you think that conversation actually was?
I don't know. Like that conversation has probably happened like 4 or 5 times. So, I mean, the NBA, you kind of keep going back to it, saying, all right, well, you got anything? I mean, it's kind of like when I hit agents up, hey, you hearing anything? And we'll go back and forth. We'll, have some conversations back and forth. And then you come back around 2 weeks later, you hearing anything else? Like, that's kind of the way it goes. You're constantly checking in and saying, hey, where are we at with information? Like the Kings have been they have been chasing a frontline starter for a while. Now, whether that happens or not, I have no idea. But I've also never had someone actually put a name attached to it, who that frontline starter is.
Right.
But like that's something that's happened for a long time. And we know they're still active. We know they're still trying to make one more substantial trade. Now, whether they can make that trade or not, who knows? They weren't able to last offseason, and it went all the way up until February. Maybe they're able to make that deal in February. I don't know. It really does depend on the other teams and where you're at in the standings and all that stuff. But yeah, I would still I'm kicking the tires on Donovan Mitchell. I'm seeing what it would take. Like, what is an honest, don't give me the fluff thing. Don't tell me you want Keegan. You want, I don't think that they would take De'Aaron. And that's just because they're not looking to
well, the deal doesn't
afloat.
make sense if you have to trade De'Aaron, in my opinion. It only makes sense if they're both here together.
Right.
Well, and even then you can make the argument it doesn't make sense.
No, absolutely. But like if you're going to do it, I feel like it has to be with De'Aaron, or what move are you even making?
Yeah. No, I fully agree. Like that's where when I do look at trades and I try to break them down and I try to be honest with people, like this is kind of the max the Kings could go. And this is a max this is probably what Utah's asking for. Would they ask for Keegan Murray? Heck yeah, who wouldn't? Mm-hmm. Are you going to get Keegan Murray? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah.
It's complicated.
I agree. Hey, I'm also on the Kings beat. You talked about what the Kings did this offseason and still having a lack of defensive-minded guys on this roster. They didn't do much this offseason to get those type of players on the roster. And basically the question is what everybody else is asking as well is, will there be enough improvement on the defensive end to compete? And here's something that I thought about. Maybe this is a lot of pressure on Mike Brown and it's just, pie in the sky. Tell me if it is or not. But I think if you have guys, and I think you mentioned this, but if you have guys that buy into what Mike Brown is selling them and what he's preaching, the culture that he's trying to cultivate with this team on the defensive end, I think that may be good enough to be good enough on the defensive end with the group that they have. Because I look back at what he was able to do in Cleveland, and you mentioned some of the guys before, Bobby Gibson, Sasha Pavlovich, Mo Williams, Varejao. Varejao a good defender, but it's not like he was Marcus Smart out there. He just understood what he was supposed to do out there and understood his role. So if you get guys that are able to do that, I think you can get a turnaround. I put the number with Damian anywhere between 12 and 18 ranked in the league defensively. I think Mike Brown could help them get there.
If they make it to 12 to 18, then they're the 6th seed.
For instance, the Chicago Bulls were 16th.
But last year?
Yeah. Well, this was points per game, points allowed or something like that.
Okay, like defensive rating, they're much worse than that, I believe.
Mm.
Yeah, if they can get their defensive rating into, like you said, the 12 to 18 range, a lot of things have to go right, first and foremost. But if they're that good, and their offense is as expected, then you're talking about a 6th seed. Like that's how good that team would be. The problem the Kings have is that they just went through a summer where they added, 3 rotational pieces, and they lost one at DiVincenzo. And I think you could make the argument that of those 4 players, DiVincenzo is the best defensive player. He's certainly the one guy that gets you steals. Like the Kings had 3 guys last season that averaged over 1 steal per game. And it was Fox at like 1.2, it was Tyrese Halliburton at 1.7, and it was Dante DiVincenzo at 1.5. So that's not good. The last season. So when I look at what Mike Brown did last season with the Warriors, what types of things are things that the Kings can actually do? And number one, I think the Kings are going to be an excellent rebounding team because they have Sabonis, and Sabonis is a wonderful rebounder. And they're going to end a bunch of defensive possessions because of Sabonis' ability to grab rebounds. So that's one thing. That's one way you get better. It's not getting yourself in like the offensive rebound world where the other team is hitting. You play great defense for 22 seconds. The team misses a shot, they get a rebound, and then hit a three-pointer with 5 seconds into the shot clock. And so those are the things that you're trying to avoid if you're the Kings. They can't do the steal thing that happened last year. They don't have the players that are natural steal players, which is what the Warriors had a bunch of. But I still think that the Kings can be really good as a team defensive team. I think the Harrison Barnes can improve. I think De'Aaron Fox can improve. I think Davion Mitchell will play a bigger role and actually take a bigger step. Someone got angry that I compared his defense to Pat Bev, and in a discussion, and like you look at Pat Bev in his first year and Davion Mitchell in his first year, or what equated to Pat Beverly's first year is really his second year in Houston, and they're very similar. And the next year Pat Bev took a huge leap. I expect Davion to take a huge leap as well, where he figures out the defensive game at the NBA level. You can get better defensively. I just don't know how much better. And your offense has to be better, so your transition defense is better. Like, there's a lot of things that go into improving your defense. And so I think it's a complicated question, but Mike Brown's got a lot of work in front of him.
18's not a crazy, that's below average.
From 27, though? And 30th the year before?
Yeah, but you're talking about 18. Like, you're not even talking about like an above average defensive team.
No, but you're talking about a team that doesn't have
OKC was 18th last year.
Oh, yeah, but you're talking about a team that doesn't have an above average like defensive player outside of maybe Davion.
Yeah, I think Davion's above average, but he's not a starter. So.
But who else?
That's really about it. I mean, some people think that De'Aaron Fox may be that type of guy, but they don't have a lot of defenders. But 18 is like I said, that's below average or average at best. I don't think
they've got to be around there, like you would hope, but it's a lot of work, man. That's a lot of work for Mike Brown and his staff.
James, toughest question I'll ask you all day. Will the San Francisco Giants ever win another baseball game?
Oh my gosh.
I don't know, but the A's keep winning. What is going on? Like, they're even going like Lou Trevino in the 9th, which is just them trying to lose, and even that's not working now. They're like 8-3 in their last 11? Like, what is happening? No, the Giants will never win another game. That's it.
They'll never beat the sorry Diamondbacks again in life. What the hell is going on here? Farhan, you want to talk about Redfin?
Oh, the Redfin password is back. The Redfin password is back. Check out the Kings Beat. Become a premium subscriber for the kingsbeat.com now, because the Off the Record Deuces Are Wild chat takes place tomorrow, and you can only be a part of that if you're a part of the Kings Beat premium subscription. So head over to the kingsbeat.com, check out the Kings Beat podcast wherever you get podcasts from. Same place you get D'Lo and KC from. Go search that, hit the subscribe button, and make sure that you're back here with us tomorrow at noon on ESPN 1320.
Go Republic.
That's a show.
Yeah, Robbie, Steven, over. Although the funny thing about it is not over, because none of those other sorry ass teams in the wild card want to win. The Cardinals stink. The Phillies stink. Giants are like a game and a half out of the wild card.
The A's are 28 games behind the Astros.
Oh my god,
28. We're just like, still have like 70 games left in the season. Like, how is that even possible? They're so bad. And they're just ripping through the AL West. I don't know what it is, because they just pounded the Astros again, I think. And like, they're just track. Yeah. Hey, someone asked a question here. Almer, can I explain the Kings rework the protections? The way protections work are very strange. Basically, all you have to do is call the team that, from what I know, you call the team that you have trade protections with, and you just negotiate. Like, there's something that can, like, protections or, this through this. Like, you could go back to Atlanta, make another trade with Atlanta, give up the same exact picks, but change the protections from, top 14, top 12, top 10 to top 12, top 10, top 8 protections. Like, you can do all kinds of things with those. They're one of the few things that you can just negotiate no matter what. As long as Atlanta was willing to have conversations and work with you, you could trade your picks. I mean, you could move the pick swaps or the protections on a pick. So if that makes sense.
Yeah. Could happen.
Yeah, if they needed all their picks and they just called Atlanta and said, hey, Atlanta, instead of the 20, 24, 25, 26 protections, we just give you a 2025. Atlanta would go, oh, yeah, we'll take it. Done deal. The Kings could call and say, hey, we'll give you a second, but you got to send us Jalen Johnson.
Oh,
so you could do something like that. You could try to make a trade in order to change the options, but yeah.
This is a little random, but NFL reporter for the Panthers, I think this says, Sheena Quick, per source, the Deebo Samuels deal should be done soon. Guaranteed money could be as much as $70 million. It's so random that she has this story. It's actually more believable. And when you look at the location, she's in South Carolina. So
yeah, where's Deebo? Yeah, that's if he knows somebody there, you might help feed a story to help finish the deal off, but also help a reporter get some street cred. So yeah, that wouldn't be a bad thing to do.
Did you guys see the video of the security guard at Kendrick Lamar's concert?
No.
Oh,
ties in. Yeah. James saw it. Yeah,
I did.
Yeah, it ties in nicely with yesterday's show. But Kendrick's doing love. He's the stage guard. Like, he's at the stage, and Kendrick's doing love, and he's kind of sitting here. And he's got tears rolling down his eyes, and he's just hitting every verse. And I'm like, that's a good video right there. That's a man who loves music. That's a man who's feeling this moment.
Yeah.
It's got like 11 million views. It popped up on my newsfeed. It has like 11 million views on, I think, TikTok or one of the platforms. Yeah, TikTok.
I wish somebody had a video camera on me and my wife at the Stevie Nicks concert, because we sat next to this lady who had a similar reaction, just sat there and cried the whole time while she listened to Stevie Nicks, but she was by herself, and then she reached over and started holding my wife's hand because she was so emotional. And my wife is like, I don't even know what's happening. She just keeps looking over at me like, I can't believe this is weird. And then this went on for half the concert. And then the lady just reached over and grabbed my wife's wine glass and started drinking her wine. And it was just okay, let's just go. Let's just go. She's crying the whole time. She's all emotional, trying to talk to my wife. My wife's like, I don't even know what's happening. She's got my wife's hand. She won't let go of it. My wife's like, this is horrible. We have to leave. Yeah, let's go. So we had a similar experience, only it was totally different.
I love that video. It's a great video.
Yeah.
I wish we had a video on Kenny when he was talking to the kids after the Vegas tournament.
I mean, what I didn't tell you guys was, after my little speech, one of the players got up and was like,
"Players, this is not on you.
Punk ass Coach Caraway over here crying for. What's Coach Kenny crying for?
Or the commercial with the little girl. You are spectacular. You are the most amazing person ever, to her little brother. Yeah. So you guys didn't have a good run? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, we lost in the semifinals on a buzzer beater.
Oh, that's not bad.
No, it was great. I was crying because I was proud of them. I was so proud of
Yeah.
The way they play.
Yeah.
Made fun of Willie Green for the same thing.
Oh, Willie Green was out there crying at the end of the third quarter. What the hell?
He was. That's not what happened. Knock that off. Right at the end of the third quarter. Let my man live.
You know what was what's pretty fire there? I don't know if you've seen these MLB dunks that are coming out. You seen those?
Mm-mm. Oh, the dunks, the shoes.
Yeah.
I saw those. Yeah.
But all four of those.
Yeah, those are kind of hot.
I want the Giants ones. The Phillies ones are dope too, and the Mets ones are dope.
Yeah, those are cool. I'm retired, but those are cool. I'm retired.
I haven't played baseball in a while. I used to play softball for years and years. I'd wear some.
I was supposed to have a game on Friday, but we got bumped because they're having a tournament at the field. So they just took our game and they're like, yeah, you guys don't play this week.
Someone asked if a musical artist has ever made me cry. I don't think so. And if it was Depeche Mode because I wanted to leave so bad.
Mm-hmm.
Like the dude was a wackadoodle. Like he spent a good 2.5 hours either humping a speaker or grabbing his crotch in the middle of the stage. He was just so far out there and like over the top. I'm like, okay, I got to get the hell out of here. How did I end up at this concert? I don't know. I said no, I don't want to go. And next thing you know, we had tickets and they were like $165 a pop. And I'm like, I can't believe I'm at this concert and this is horrible. And then this dude was, the lead singer is just a wackadoodle. Yeah. So if I cried, it was because I wanted to leave. So, yeah.
Manny, I don't have the Fruity Pebbles joints, but I have the cereals, the Nike LeBron cereals. I have those. They've been worn exactly once. It's just a shoe that's got a lot of color to it. It's kind of one of those shoes that was better in theory than for me.
Did those kind of look a little bit like canvas on top? Are they like a canvasy material?
Yeah. They're not, but I can.
Actually pretty fire.
Yeah, they're not. I can see why you'd think that, but they're not canvas. No, it's like it's like a fly knit.
Okay. Not like the plush.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I remember when Kyrie came out with 4. I know he came out with the SpongeBob series, but I thought he came out with some cereal series of his shoes and stuff like that. I think he had Kicks, like the KIX, the cereal.
Oh,
He had that type of cereal. Maybe it was just the one. I thought he had different ones, but maybe it was just the one.
You know what's funny? I escaped 6 straight working days, and my whole internet shut down at 2:30. If it had shut down when it was just me and you, James, we just would have been off the air.
Oh.
It shut down a half hour before you joined us today. Just like, I'm not working right now. I'm just going to take a couple minutes off.
God loves D-Lo and KC.
Well, once I switched over to the Hardwire, I haven't had any more issues. I couldn't figure out how to do it the first time. Like I've had it set up for a little while, and I didn't know how to shut off the Wi-Fi and turn on the other piece. But since I've hardwired, I haven't had a meltdown.
Yeah, my internet just was off. Like it was just like, no, we're out.
It's messed up.
Nice.
We got through it though. The still shot was hilarious.
No, the still shot.
Because it looked like you were listening to me, and then I said a question, and you didn't say anything.
Just get stuck like
I
this.
was like, is he frozen?
Well, I can hear it. Like I know I'm dead when it just goes silent. Like there is no like buzz, no noise. It is just, it's gone. And I was like, oh God, it's gone. and no one said anything. I'm like, oh man, okay. I looked at my phone like, oh, internet's out. Internet is out.
The internet is down. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It must there must be moments where it bogs down enough to impact the Wi-Fi and needs you to reset the Wi-Fi router.
That's what I did. Yeah.
Yeah, but not bad enough to need a reset on the hardwire. So
Yeah.
I haven't had the hardwire. We haven't had any issues since I switched over to the hardwire.
Good.
Don't mind this audio, guys. Easy work. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh, you're watching training camp videos. All right. This is the stage of the year we're at. Kenny's watching.
About to go crazy.
Okay. We're gonna leave now.
You're watching something?
We're gonna leave Kenny alone with his training camp videos. We appreciate you guys, man. We'll see you tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Olivia and I think Matt George. Matt George might actually be live from 49ers training camp. I'm not sure.
Oh.
But we'll have that tomorrow. Go to thekingsbeat.com, become a premium subscriber. We'll see you guys at noon.